Streamer, why don't you trust wireless technologies for your microphone? And yet your entire health is going to be dependent on it. Why would you have a wired mic if your whole insulin pump is wireless? Why would you do this? Why are you inconsistent? Help! Alright, we gotta clean the desk up a little bit. So, clear, a cluttered desk is a cluttered mind. And an empty desk, I don't know what an empty desk is. How's it going, internet? How's everybody doing today? We're gonna be doing one of the things that I love, which is not dying. We're gonna not die today. We're gonna work on not dying. We're working on it. It's kind of a thing we gotta work on. In such as to in relation to my insulin pump. We're setting up from nothing a new insulin pump, which is a big deal because these things have typically these things have 4-year warranties. And within that 4 years, you are cradled within a certain brand and the way they operate and the tricks and the little things that you can do to kind of get away with stuff within that sort of system that you've gotten used to. This is a departure though. We're going to be completely redoing the insulin pump. I am going to be under a new system, a totally new way of thinking, a new approach. It's just different. I mean, you know, the principle is the same. Insulin brings down the glucose level, and you have a little control system to keep it all wrapped up, right? Well, the control systems can change dramatically, so that's what we're doing. We got a lot of people coming in from the diabetes retweet stuff, which is cool. I got the whole rundown. Got the whole rundown from them, and I've discovered that I too am not the only person who's completely and utterly confused about the different types of omnipods that exist in this world. Because the company that makes them, Insulet, cannot be asked to make a non-confusing nomenclature. So there was a lot of debate, a master debate indeed, about what pods I actually had. Because they're not Omnipod Dash, because Dash is different. But it's not different. It's like the same goddamn thing. It's an Omnipod 5. What is all this stuff? It's an Omnipod 5. So it has BLE in the part number. Oh yeah, I was looking for that hex key. I was looking for the hex wrench that I just found. I got a new ice maker coming in the mail today. Be able to solve that little appliance snafu. This thing is cool. This logic sniffer, this got us a long way with the steering wheel. Dash Pod 5 and NX. I don't know what that means, and it scares me. So I'm going to blame you for saying things. How dare you? How dare you come at me with those types of things that whatever you named? I have absolutely no idea. I don't know, man. We're coming at this from a fresh perspective. I'm a hardware guy. I know this. I know how to build this. I don't, you know, I don't do well, I do software, but it's begrudgingly. I get dragged kicking and screaming into doing software. I would rather do physical projects where I'm building stuff with my hands, my mitts. All right, let's put all this stuff aside. I gotta actually like clean the desk. I don't know if we're gonna end up with anything on my body by the end of the day today. We gotta navigate whatever this new landscape is without stubbing our toes too many times. And that might take all stream, and I might not even get to the end of this today. By word of streaming, I am not going to be on tomorrow. Tomorrow I get to wade knee-deep into the storage space and get rid of a lot of my old gear, which means we will have the optical table and the lasers here, which will be something fun. You're just making up words. Well, yeah, that'll happen. That'll do you. You might accidentally get a PhD if you keep making up words. My God. He knows everything. All of the acronyms. Spritz, 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 spritz. Let it settle in for a minute. The grime that we're gonna get on this thing when I'm done is gonna be biblical. This is biblically accurate grime. Be not afraid, mortal. Oh, dear Lord. Dear Lord, the dust and the grime. It builds up when your desk is just a pile of crap. In fact, oh my God, it's not even, we're not even halfway down to the plastic yet. There's like institutional grime. Woo, that is disgusting. What's up, Walrus? How you doing today? I already got the rundown from the diabetic open source community. Well, not the entire community, it's like 2 people, 3 people. Verifying, possibly skirting with the idea, flirting with the idea that I'm not ready. Flirting with the idea that, in fact, my hardware is the wrong stuff, but I think it is the right stuff. You're gonna go get ice cream now. Yeah, you're gonna do me like that? You're just gonna get ice cream in my face while I'm sitting here doing diabetes stuff? Today will be fun. There's a lot of reading we gotta do. I want you guys to experience this entire thing with me, because I think that's good content. I think that's a nice, unique stream that nobody else can do. Well, can't say nobody else. Oh my God, I'm getting little fibers of this thing all over the... Hold on, I'm getting little, like, paper towel. Sorry for the pop, I stepped on my wire. All right, well, it looks like the texture of this surface is not too keen on being Windexed. It doesn't really enjoy it very much. So now I've got little fibers all over the bench. I gotta let this dry, and then I'll sweep it. Then I can put the stuff back on it. Ugh, I need like a towel. Be less wasteful. Welcome, welcome, everybody. How are we doing today? How are we doing? How am I doing? I don't know. A little hyperglycemic. I had a little bit of sushi, which is always very deceptive. You think there's only so many carbs in that rice, but they add sugar. They add sugar to the rice. That's just the sushi thing. Oh, it's health food. No, no, nope. Too many carbs. Too many carbs. We may not even be switching to the pump today. It depends on where we get with all this stuff. Like I'm coming at this from a total noob perspective. I know nothing. I know nothing about what we're getting into. I mean, I know a lot about what we're getting into, but it's the exposure to the open source tools I do not have. Next week off. Hell yeah. You don't have any, you're not doing anything? You're not going anywhere? Do a little staycationing? Oh my God, I got little pieces of paper towel all over the mat today. Ew. Ew. I can't have these under my mouse. How do I like, do I have like a horsehair brush or something that I can like go over this with? No. I don't have anything like that. I'm not that organized. I have to just like sweep it. You got nothing planned yet. Do one small thing to make it special, you know? I've wasted a lot of vacations just hanging out. The problem is there aren't many places that you can go without spending money. You're like, I'm gonna go on a local library tour. There's still like pieces of paper towel. Oh God, it's terrible. Get off of my bench. I need my mouse space today. We're gonna be reading a lot of stuff on the computer. So I'm gonna have to like switch up where all the windows are so that it doesn't look like I'm looking at my feet. Let's get the O-scope kind of tucked away because these are very precious things. The the probes and stuff. I'll find stuff to do. Yeah, I have no doubt. I know you're very capable of finding projects in every corner. as is the affliction of the people who watch this channel, huh? Oh God, it is humid in here right now. I think I'm gonna, is the door open? Door's closed. I'm gonna open the door so that AC can like get in here. Oh yeah, let me update, let me get thermals running. So many things to do at once. There you go. Yeah, so I don't know how far we're gonna get today. People seem to have expectations that I'm gonna get like super far into this project, but we've only got so much time. I can go a little late today though. I can go late today. People aren't gonna be around in the evening, and dinner is up to me, so I don't have to grill for people, which is usually what I do. Lowered expectations. You shut the fuck up. Everything out of your mouth is negative. Listen, it's not lowering expectations, it's just having a realistic idea of the dilation of stream time. It's a very important concept to sort of get under your to know about. I feel like this is only relevant to like 2 people in the world. It's like me and a couple of the other project streamers, right? Me and a couple of the other project streamers are the only people who really experience this. If you guys ever get into streaming and you want to do projects, heed my warning that your expectations of what's going to happen on your stream should be greatly lowered. If, you know, obviously, if you guys are going to get into streaming, you'll start with nobody watching. Nobody's going to be watching, and you just continue to do what you do. You'll be doing projects a little faster than I do, until you get some people hanging out. You know, maybe you build up a little rapport. You got some people who like hanging out, like listening to your dumbass rants. As exemplified by my stream. Maybe you gain a few users here and there that would like to see, you know, your projects come to fruition. At that point, you are an entertainer more than you are a person doing a project. So it doesn't matter if you're good at it or not. Like me. Don't name yourself. No. Walrus is doxxed. So like, you know, you'll get a few people hanging out who want to see your projects come to fruition, and then you have an idea of like doing something simple. For instance, blinking an LED on an Arduino. Well, the thing about doing streaming and being entertaining while you are doing that kind of project is that you basically need to break it down into its component parts. You need to explain absolutely everything that you're doing. Loudly, boisterously, in multiple different ways. You need to be funny while you're doing it. You need to be, you know, worth watching. And so that takes time. And so your expectations of, I need to flash an LED on an Arduino. How do I do that? All right, I just plug in the Arduino and I go blink, and then I put a delay in there, and then I hit enter and it uploads and I'm done. Whereas when I do it on stream, if I need to blink an LED on an Arduino, why is the Arduino such a good platform? Well, the Arduino does this, it does that, it does all this kind of good stuff. These things are sort of the advantage of the Arduino, and I like using it, and I'm just gonna do things my way. So here we go, let's see, what do we need for the Arduino? Well, we need the IDE, and I need to start programming it in a particular language, and that language is sort of an offset of C++, so I got to explain all that. And then you explain, well, I have this uploader for the particular Arduino that I use because it's actually the FTDI chip, has this history behind it, and blah, 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 blah. And 3.5 hours later, you've just gotten to blinking the LED. So that's something to keep in mind. There's a lot that goes into, you know, having a show. Oh yeah, I still got my notes. The best dinosaur. Cotylohorynches. Cotylohorynches. It's basically a keg with legs. I had some notes from my endocrinology appointment, because it turns out one of the people who's responsible for the Diacast, which is a diabetics podcast, they're cool people. You guys, if you're interested, you should check them out. I don't plug them very often, but every now and then they'll have like a release and they'll show up in the stream. Good friends. One of them is in Philadelphia, and it turns out has the same endocrinologist. So I actually went to my endo appointment and I was talking about looping, which is the program that we're going to be using, the open source diabetes stuff. And he mentioned, he was like, I think I got like 2 patients that are using it or something. It might just be one, and it's literally the guy I know. Hey, what's up? So, Bob. Riley Link? Tide Pool. That's the, what is up with open source projects and their names? Him. The other patient. Yeah, there he is. He's showing up exactly for the beginning of stream. Yeah, so apparently word from the endos to use Tide Pool to share logs. So I got to figure that one out too. That's a little part of my notes that I need to go back to. Oh, and I needed to do labs. Ooh, I forgot to do blood work. Oh, that was like 2 weeks ago. I forgot to do my labs. The insurance company is gonna think I'm no longer diabetic, that I've like cured it. Hey, did you cure diabetes? And I'm like, no? They're like, well, we think you did, so you don't get supplies anymore. Tide Pool spelled backwards is looped. See, these are the things that I don't know. I haven't been following any of these projects, so these little things I don't know. I don't know any of this stuff. I am like in a blizzard without a jacket here. I don't have the armor cladding that these knowledgeable people have. I'm coming at this from just a dumb guy. I'm a dumb streamer. I'm gonna come at this from a dumb guy perspective. I've had experience with Java. I know how to program stuff. I think I proved that over the past couple weeks with the friggin' with the steering wheel project and my exposure to Bluetooth low energy. It turns out I will never ever be able to get away from Bluetooth low energy. I'm literally strapping it to my body, so that'll be fun. True about weirdly named open source projects. Yeah. Hey, I gotta edit this image. Oh yeah, just check with my GIMP. What? Huh? Are you keeping somebody in your basement? No. It's GNU image manipulator. It's GIMP. It's GIMP. I have a GIMP. Takes a sip of soda. Blinks eyes individually. More than a sip, my glucose level's fucking spiking right now. I hate it. I hate it. I'm gonna be so grumpy for this stream. Yeah, there it is. That's what's gonna make me grumpy. That'll come back down in a minute, I hope. Too much body weight, too many carbs, too much insulin. Welcome to my life. This hopefully will be a push for me to lower the amount of carbohydrates that I'm eating and possibly reduce this 120-pound baby that I've been schlepping around. The thing about the Omnipod is it only holds 200 units, and this thing holds 300 units, and this thing is like a big hullabaloo to replace, and it's got a spring-loaded syringe in it. So maybe, just maybe, I can use this as a stepping stone in order to reduce the amount of carbohydrates that I eat, and then not have to deal with supply line issues in terms of getting enough bottles of insulin for me to last until the next month. I don't use Word, but I have LibreOffice. Why are you pretentious? Yeah, what's that meme from, like, I don't know, it's like a green text where it's like, go to like art class or digital art class and like pull out Linux laptop. Everybody opens Photoshop. The instructions are to make a circle. Has to do a circle dotted line and then fill it in while crying. I don't know. There's some green text that's all about how like, because GIMP does all the stuff Photoshop does, but it does it in a weirder way. It's not as direct. It might be a checkbox on Photoshop, but in GIMP you have to do 22 steps in order to get it right. In order to do the same process, like make a shape. Apparently shapes are not a thing that GIMP does. Maybe we need a new GIMP. Wait, no, I'm using the wrong term. I'll be excited to get to some more of the actual building projects that we have, though, because I want to get that computer finished. I got to get it on Sunday. I got to get it over to a friend's house, and that's going to be a complete disaster because I got this external power supply and an external AIO cooler on it right now. Posted it in funny. It's probably, you're probably looking at the right one. Here, let me get on Discord. I'm gonna be partially ignoring Discord unless I get tips on what do you call it? How to skip certain steps in Looper. because you have to do some like qualifying things. I don't know anything about them yet. Supposedly they're very easy code blocks to get around, but I haven't looked at Java in years. But we may skip them, we may not, because it's kind of important that these steps exist, because we're talking about a health product. We're talking about something that can kill you. So it's kind of important to not get killed by the thing that you're trying to use by skipping steps. This is something that I'm often fairly adamant about. Yeah, this is the one. Teacher says, okay, students now open Photoshop, start furiously typing away at terminal to install Wine. Errors out the ass, blah, 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 install GIMP. Yeah, that's the one. That's the green text I'm talking about. Doot, 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 doot. Announcements? Oh yeah, because it went live. That's right. Oh yeah, that's a good thumbnail. I actually have a good thumbnail for once. It's not just me looking at my other computer. Like, because of the way my setup is, I've got the two computers. One's up on a shelf and the other one's down on the desktop, right? It's near the keyboard, so it feels more natural to use. But when I use the other one, I'm like, I get that lock screen face, you know, the Black Mirror, the lock screen face. That's what I look like on like 90% of the thumbnails for programming streams. I'm looking like down at the camera like this. It's terrible. It's terrible. All of them are bad, and I should feel bad. What's up, Turtle? Diabetic Turtle's the one that usually jumps in and bothers us whenever there's a diacast that's been out recently. But I'm throwing the diabetic net out today. They're all coming out of the woodwork, because I'm taking this from a newbie perspective. I'm gonna get angry and I'm gonna start yelling. I'll have you guys know, my criticisms of the stuff that I'm about to cover, they should be taken within context that all this stuff is free. Well, this stuff isn't free. This stuff Pennsylvania paid for a lot of it. But no, all the open source apps are made out of love. They're made out of love. Pure love. They're disgusting and sticky. No, all the apps that I'm about to look at and all the like training stuff that I'm going to look at, this isn't coming from a big corporation. This is coming from just people. So we did the big corporate training when I went from T-Slim into the closed loop mode, and we were able to make fun of their training a lot. I'm going to try not to make a lot of fun of the training stuff that we're going to run into today, because this isn't some big faceless corporation making this. These are people that made this. So we're gonna try to. I'm still a streamer. I still have to be boisterous and loud and annoying. But we're gonna try to make sense of all this stuff from your perspective, from the perspective of the people who are watching this stream who don't even have diabetes. You guys can just see how much of a pain in the ass it is for me to live my normal life. But yeah, we're gonna try to, in spite of my gripes and stuff, we got to remember that there is very much a human element that has gifted their time into working on these tools. And hopefully everything works. If we run into problems and things don't work out, I'm gonna do this explanation again when we start. But if things don't work out, I still have the T-Slim pump that I can fall back onto. But we'll just see what we run into here, because we got to do Android Studio and stuff like that. So push comes to shove, I just move out into the woods. So Dexcom, yeah, shoulder mounted. Oh no, hold on, it's over here. Shoulder mounted Dexcom today. But I got a new thing in case I need it, but I don't think I will. Bop 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 bop. Let's get Discord out of the way. Blink. Had a failure 2 weeks ago. They sent me a free sensor, thankfully. Yeah, that's one thing I'm actually worried about. And maybe now that I've got you chucklefucks here, you guys can explain to me a little bit. If I had to get stuff out of T-Slim, I know exactly how to lie to them. I know how to lie to them to get exactly what I want, right? If I wanted to get a new infusion set, I know what to tell them. I know how to work their algorithm for warranted supplies. Although this thing is out of warranty now, so I think they would just tell me to fuck off. But anyway, with the Omnipod, this thing is considerably more disposable than the other one. I've been pushing infusion sets a little bit too far out, so I'm gonna have to be swapping these things a lot. And so in the event of a failure of one of the pods, at least in their documentation that we read, I read it with the Discord. I didn't do it like on cameras or anything. But with the documentation that we read about the Omnipod, if anything goes wrong at all with this thing, you rip it off of your body, throw it on the ground, and then you start stomping it until it dies, until it makes a little beep, beep, beep noise. And the little red light on it fades out. There's a little puff of smoke that goes by. That shot in Terminator, by the way, with just the eye, like fading out, the real close-up of it, 2 blocks of styrofoam, and somebody was smoking a pipe to make the smoke. And it was like a red, I think it might have been a candle or a red light, but like Stan Winston made that in like an afternoon because they didn't have all the original stuff to make that hydraulic press that crushes the Terminator. And it looks great. Yeah, it looks perfect. If it works, it works. But anyway, the Omnipods are relatively, I have a hair in the back of my throat. I'm gonna start choking in the middle of talking. The Omnipods are shockingly disposable for how much technology they have. It's like $35 worth of plastic and circuit board. If anything goes wrong, you rip off the pod and you run from it, and then it explodes. But then you call them and they'll give you a new pod. I don't know what that process is like, and I think I confused my endocrinologist by telling him this. You can tell that I babble a little bit. So I'm telling my endocrinologist about this, and he's like, maybe you need to meet with this person for an appointment. And I'm like, what? It's like the training person. Like, no, I don't need training. I just need to know what to tell them to get a new pod. So I'll have to figure that one out in the near future, because Insulet is starting to like clamp down a little bit, and it kind of concerns me. The app that you install if you didn't have a modern Android, by the way, if you're going on Omnipod and you don't want to do the open source stuff, you can't have a new phone, I discovered. It's not compatible with the new phone. Yeah, usually the person that you get on the phone is trying to help you, so you can kind of read that pretty well. So yeah, I assume you're right about that. You can't have an Android 12 phone with the Omnipod 5. Now, when I say Omnipod 5, everybody gets confused. Oh, you mean the Dash? No, I mean the 5. This is the Bluetooth Omnipod 5. The Dash is a downgrade from this, apparently, even though they're the same exact thing. The Dash comes with an old, freaky, weird cell phone that's all locked down and stuff. In order for Omnipod to enable the ability to have the control application on a phone, possibly because of regulations, you have to lock down your phone. You cannot have developer options enabled on your phone. You have to have a particular locking screen. You have to have a PIN. You have to have a PIN again to get into the app to use your insulin pump. Because what if somebody uses your phone? Yeah, that's one thing, is I explained this earlier that if I hate this pump, I have like a 1 month buffer of supplies, but if I hate this pump, I can get a warranted pump. I can just go and get a warranted pump. As opposed to this, because each of these are a 2-day pump in its entirety. It kind of like flips the script on the whole warranty thing. It's interesting. Really? The Schlieren effect guy released his code on GitHub. Ooh, I want it. I want it. Oh, that's awesome. If you guys don't know, the Schlieren effect is a way to view air currents. It views minor air currents. And there's a guy who, yeah, pump day. We're gonna pump today. Hey, Copper, what's up? So the Schlieren effect is you do something fancy with the optics. You have a concave mirror and like a light bulb that you cover up half of, and just something it does with the way the light flows allows it to highlight any air current movement, right? So some crazy person made an app that does the Schlieren effect with just a cell phone, and I think a TV in the background with a pattern. So got a brand new T-Slim a month ago. Need to send my rental one back. Oh, you got a rental one for a little bit? I heard I could get like free pods if I say I'm just trying it out, but I've already, so insurance sent me a letter today, which was nice and confusing. Oddly enough, it got here today, denying me the training materials for the Omnipod. I've already read all the manuals for the stock Omnipod, but we're gonna get into some of the open source stuff and see what it's like. So yeah, pump day. We're gonna pump. Yeah, I know. It's like insurance doesn't cover the training, but they cover the thing. What the hell? What the hell kind of a system have we built? Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. So anyway, we're gonna go open source. We're gonna go open source. We're gonna go open source on this bish. We're gonna see where we get to today. I hear a valve closing upstairs. What the hell was that? Stop staring at me. Why are you guys staring at me? How many old pumps do I have? We took one apart on stream. That's one. Listen, I've been diabetic longer than a lot of my fans have been alive. It's been a long time. My first insulin pump was in 2002. So you can just multiply that by, or divide it by 4. Let's do the calculation. I hate to do this calculation. I have 5 insulin pumps under my belt. Every 4 years, you get a new one. That's not mentioning ones that you send back and get, you know, get a refurbished one. Yeah, we looked at the T-Slim. We took it apart, and it's got a Swiss-made gear motor assembly in it that's really nice. And now I have 2, because I think I've had 3 T-Slims. And so keeping this one as a backup, now we have 2 old ones. I can take apart the other old one, and then we'll have 2 of those Swiss-made gear assemblies. I could possibly make them into some kind of like a, I don't know, we could make a little tank. I was gonna try to use it to focus the microscope optics so that when we're looking at something close up, you guys don't have to withstand an earthquake in order to see what's going on. But I don't know. We'll get around to something with it. But we've taken them apart. Hacking, I have not really dividended. I have not divinated. I don't know words. You guys ever hear of words? Sometimes I hear words. Insulin asphalt is what they put me on. I don't know what this shit is made out of. Probably ass farts. I just dox my local insulin supply. Bop, bop, bop. But yeah, in terms of like software hacking, no, I haven't really gotten into it very much. T-Slim's a cool little system because you have a bag of insulin instead of most insulin pumps work like this. They have a reservoir of insulin and they have mechanical things that will press this plunger forward a certain amount. So if you have a bubble in there and you go on an airplane, it could potentially over inject you a little bit because that bubble will expand. I've had that happen before. The T-Slim, on the other hand, has a bag of insulin. It's got a bag that's full of insulin, and then there's a little draw and inject syringe on the end of it that does 0.7 of a unit every time it does this. And so there's a gear assembly in there that does this, and it's got a nice little encoder on the motor and everything. JDRF cheered 100 bits. Well then, thank you for the 100 bitums. Appreciate that. I asked because I got 3 old ones. If you want them, no, nope. Yeah, happy Friday, happy Friday. It is Friday. David Lynch has informed us that it is indeed another Friday. We're in the portion of the stream that starts soon, so I'm just sitting here and hanging out. Good timing of the stream, yeah. Are you associated with JDRF? Is this like a PR thing? I've had diabetes for 28 years, I think. Hold on, I just need to do a little calculation. Another depressing calculator. I think it was 2022 minus, I think it was this year. Yeah, 26 years. Peter again. Blah, blah, blah. Ah, I can't even read words. The community manager for Game to Give. Okay, that's cool. It's the real JDRF. You guys sent me 5 cents once, and I never gave it back. Anyway, anywho, we're doing open source today, and we're doing it from a standpoint of a big dumb streamer who doesn't know anything. I already know a lot about diabetes. You can't avoid that for 26 years. In addition to that, I know a lot about hacking. So those of you who know the channel know that in order to avoid spending basically $100 on a Bluetooth low energy steering wheel module for my simulator setup, instead of spending the money, what I did is I bought the $100 steering wheel thing and I hacked it. We basically figured out what serial signals it was speaking, and I got a very intimate knowledge of Bluetooth low energy. But I hate that I know this much about Bluetooth low energy now. But in order to just simply press buttons, we have a real car steering wheel, and that speaks a particular protocol. So we went into the protocol and we took a look at it. We found documentation on it, and then I took the process of a module connecting and reversed the script on that so that our microcontroller could tell the base station that a Bluetooth low energy module with the address 6969, 696969, just the Bluetooth address, has connected and has a particular set of buttons that can be pressed, and then we send on-demand packets from there. But we had to reverse engineer the digital protocol that the steering wheel spoke and the base station. So it's a big, complicated, long project. We just finished that. I did a couple of My Summer Car streams with it. It'll come back. We'll do it again. But until then, we have this nice little gap in projects before we actually get to, and I need to move a camera in order to show this off, or to show you guys what I've got going on here, my evil projects. Yes. Yes. Okay, what we're gonna be working on. Almost an engineer. Man, that guy's always almost an engineer. He's never quite gotten to be an engineer. Actually, Almost an Engineer is currently learning to be an engineer. So I'm hopeful that someday you will change your name and it'll reset your streak and be an engineer, which is probably already taken on Twitch. But Almost an Engineer, thank you so much for the 22 months. I appreciate that. But yeah, we had kind of like a lull in projects. We had kind of a hangout stream last time. So I decided that it's time. It's time to actually do this. Yeah, actually an engineer. There you go. That might not be. Anyway, we had a little lull in projects, so I figured out it was time to do this, because you guys had a lot of fun when we were looking through the T-Slim documentation, taking a very sarcastic look at the sheer amount of bullshit that I had to sit through, that I had to wade through in order to activate these features on my pump. Well, we're going into the world of open source, but anyway, I'll explain all that in a minute when we actually start the stream. But what I'm hoping is that, you know, we can gloss over this stuff. We'll get this done today. Probably not done today, but we'll get a good impression of how to get this done. And then we are going to work on the sort of raison d'être of this. Maybe not raison d'être. That's giving it a little too much credit. It's one of the mainstays of this channel, and that is burn the subs. Give you my last bits. Take these bits and make sure you succeed. I'm now bitless and poor. Thank you, Diabetic Turtle. I appreciate the 7 bitums, 7 cents for victory. This giant plank of wood is actually mounted on the wall. My giant annoying face is blocking it, but that is an XY, that's a laser XY table, and what it does is it burns the names of subscribers onto itself. So if you subscribe to the channel, your name goes up on the board. Now we got to work on that. We got a lot of work to do on that, because the previous boards filled up, and then we just threw, you know, the boards aside. I put them on the backdrop of my computer, and they've been sitting there, which is fine, but we need to have that sort of mainstay of the stream back up. So once we get the insulin pump stuff sorted out, we'll pivot over and we'll work on the board. Just saw the arm. Yeah, no, it was a planter. There's like a concrete sculpture that sits on like a ledge that's at arm height, and I brushed up against it while moving shit out of the storage space. So I'm all damaged. I'm just all messed up. Man, I don't even know when I did this. There's like a puncture wound, and then I've got like a horrible bruise scrape right there. I don't know what the hell I did, but yeah, I got all kinds of wounds. I'll be all right though. They're just bruises. we put some tire hangers in the garage because we're trying to get out of the storage space that I'm in. So I get to go tomorrow and sit in a 90-degree corrugated metal box and figure out what of my old kitchen, my old apartment kitchen, I can get rid of, which is probably the whole thing. Shop battle damage. It's not even this shop didn't even do damage. This is all external. This isn't me. Built furniture with a friend a couple weeks back, and my arm and hands are scratched too. Dunno from what. Yeah. I must fight the planter alone. This is my fight, Twitch. This is between me and the planter. We have history. Another great diabetic streamer that I discovered, by the way, is Boone. Oh, no. Oh, crap. I forget who it is. What's wrong with me? I meant to mention who it was. I think it's, I'm checking right now. Hold on. No. Oh God, I forget whether. How do I look at who I'm following? Oh, here we go. I'll just look through my channel list so I get it right the first time I say it. I never knew that they were diabetic. Oh, Bucklington. There we go. Bucklington. He's one of that crew with like Tomato and them, Criken and all them. He's good. Yeah, he streams every now and then. He's in Oregon. 90F metal box. Also sounds like my warehouse right now. Yeah. I've got to be careful because if I sweat too much, guess what's falling off? Guess what's falling off? And I don't have like a patch set up for this yet. With the T-Slim, I'm using these little like it's got like 2 sites with patches. And so if I wake up in the middle of the night and you know this thing has like rolled under my body and I've ripped it out partially, I have these little like sports tape patches, just beep, bop, bop, pop it on, and then that'll hold it. But I don't know what to do about these. These should be tighter to the body, and they've also got a hell of a lot more adhesive. So I'm gonna have like bald patches from these mofos. Take a cable tie and some duct tape. It's duct. It's for taping. Well, it was originally for taping up airplanes. Actually, wait. So we've gone both ways on the duct of duct tape. And apparently ducking is the weaving that they put the tape on. I hate this stuff though. I hate this stuff. Interested to see the final result. Like I said before, I explained this at the very start of the start soon, that there is and I'll go over all this stuff again. There's time dilation that exists within streaming because I need to do this on the most basic level. Something like blinking a light with an Arduino involves an entire discussion about everything. Like you've got to explain the entire, like, why Arduino, why do this, why do that, and you have to explain every single like little minute parts of it, like all the little stuff that goes into blink.exe or whatever the hell you're uploading to the Arduino, and that takes time. So I don't know how far we're gonna get with this today. I hope we get pretty far with it, but we'll just play it by ear. We're not gonna rush anything. And then if we get to the point where I need to do certain certifications, there's kind of like a big safety disclaimer that I have to explain, in that you're supposed to go through certain steps that take a certain amount of time in order to get you ready to use a system that's capable of killing you if it doesn't or does function too much. So there are steps that I may need to skip. Reason I love this channel is the long form explaining. I'm dumb, so it helps me to explain it to you. Let's are we really getting started? I'm putting this off, is it? Oh God, it's longer intro than we normally do. We may go a little late today, depending on how smoothly all this stuff goes. Because I'm starting from nothing. I don't even have the software installed. Set up, go over to this, go back here, and then I think I need to enable. I need to press this button. Oh, no, that's the wrong. You guys aren't supposed to be seeing this. No, that's not. I don't know what's going on. Get that out of here. Oh my God. Okay. So in order to properly do this, I need to do the programming stream setup, which means I need to do my video monitor window over here. And that means when we go to this view, nope, it does an infinite regression, but then also I need to, we need to use this one. So now that window is revealed. I'll move this chat. You guys are gonna stay there because you'll be off over there. Thank you guys for all the follows and the bits and stuff. I'm not gonna like loudly announce any follows today. What we need to do is we need to get into the web pages that are gonna show us what we're gonna do today. So yeah, by the way, the background music is a buddy of mine, Big John. He's in Philly. I don't know if he's doing shows lately, but yeah, he's a good guy. He did a good stream back in 2014, and I've been milking his music for all for all time. I've been stealing his music. Anyway, let's very subtly fade out the music. All right, so let's get started here. What are we doing today? I should not have closed that. That was not a good window close. We are doing Android APS. And that's not apps, that's Android APS, right? Android APS. We're going from a perspective of the documentation. Now, I need to take an aside here now that I've got that set up, and I need to explain this to you guys from, I move my window back so I have my monitor window in the right place so it doesn't look like I'm looking at my toes in order to talk to you guys. I need to move both monitors up here. I just haven't done it. Hi, welcome. So we've got a lot of new faces today because I've milked the diabetic community. I should explain that a different way. I basically, I'm doing something with diabetes today, so I figured I would announce it and see what kind of a net I cast. So one of a friend of mine who's in Philadelphia is the same endocrinologist, believe it or not. Endocrinologist is a diabetes doctor. Basically saw my tweet and put the, cast it out to the diabetes-y communities out there. I've had type 1 diabetes since a billion years ago. 26 years I've had diabetes. I got an insulin pump, and then I got a constant glucose monitor, and those two technologies have been just absolute game changers for the average diabetic. It used to be you would take long and short-acting insulin through a syringe. That still works for some people, by the way. Long and short-acting insulin through a syringe. You had to plan out your meals ahead of time. You had to know like your habits and everything, and then hope that everything went well because you were pricking your finger in order to test glucose levels. And that was like conducting an orchestra where you're sitting in the next room, and every now and then you can open the door for 2 notes and then close it. And you're like, well, now I got to tell them to do something, a friggin' whole stanza ahead of time. It was tough. It was very tough to do, and especially while being a hormonal teenager, there were a lot of times where we would leave that diabetes doctor in tears because they were pounding the desk and going, I have a 5-year-old that takes better care of themselves than you. And it's the whole psychological and mental aspect of diabetes has only recently been explored by doctors. It's a long road, right? Diabetes is a marathon, and I've been running it for quite some time. The reason that these technologies have been game changers, strapping a little device that can divvy out tiny little bits of insulin to you over time, and strapping a device that automatically just gives you a glucose level, you can't hide from these things, and they are taking over some of the autonomous processes that your dumb fuck pancreas won't do, right? I'm trying to explain this to Twitch, so I'm gonna curse and I'm gonna be a little crass. Anyway. The pump and the glucose monitor were a thing that for a little bit, yeah, pancreas last logged in 7 years ago, 26 years ago. They still have the old Xbox avatar. Anyway, got a lot of years of diabetes under my belt. These two technologies helped take a very large mental load from me and enabled me to do the kind of stuff that I do now, and sort of live my life. Where do we even get into this stuff? So for the longest time, I have been supporting my friends who have done these open source, you know, hashtag we will not wait, diabetes things. And I've never taken the plunge myself into the world of open sourcing. It wasn't at a place that I kind of liked it. As a technical person, as a person who builds things and doesn't necessarily program things, I didn't have a lot to offer. There was a little bit where people were reverse engineering these omnipods. There was like a $30,000 prize, and I was like, that's like a year's salary, like where you would get into the device and get the encryption codes from the device. I got destroyed because I was like talking to some friends. I'm like, hey, I would love to get my hands on an omnipod. And then as soon as I was done typing that, a university went into the device. They decapped it with acid, decapping being the epoxy substrate that sits on top of the chip when you have like a chip doing stuff. They decapped it with acid. So they hit it with a bunch of sulfuric, I think, acid, and it boiled away the epoxy that makes up the body of the chip and revealed the silicon substrate. So you stop it at a certain point with a base. Then they used MATLAB and a microscope to take photos of the memory of the device, and they were able to divinate 1 and 0s from the physical layout. Because if you boil stuff down to its component parts, those 1s and 0s are a physically stored element in a microcontroller. So they were able to visually ascertain the 1s and the 0s from the memory that was put onto the device and reverse engineer it from there. That's well out of the purview of the stuff that I do here. We decapped a thing once, and it didn't even have the funny joke that I wanted it to have. Once with this microscope. It was pretty good, actually. But yeah, that's just the insanity. I always wanted to visually read a ROM. Yeah, apparently you can do that. That's a thing that you can do. It's insane. But so yeah, I got completely outclassed by, you know, professionals. Even though I was professionally reverse engineering things for 10 years of my life, they still pulled a curveball that was so insane that I just got bodied by it, and I haven't recovered since. So yeah, that's the open source people have been working on that kind of thing for a long time. The kind of thing that we kind of love here. For instance, back in the day, you had like a little remote device where you could set the number of units of insulin that your pump does, and you could change certain settings over the air with it, right? Well, as soon as people started to discover that and went, hey, you know, there's a whole landscape of hobby-related wireless devices that speak this frequency. We can just get one, and we can just program our microcontrollers to do whatever we want and talk to our phones. As soon as they started to figure that out, all the companies went, haha, encryption, bop. And so everybody was unable to use newer products to do closed loop diabetes control. Diabetes, let's start from the beginning. Diabetes mellitus, I believe, is so-called because, you know, when you drink the pee, it's sweet. That means the ketones are being released, and it means the child will potentially die in like a couple months. Great. Well, over time, eventually, I believe it was a Canadian, discovered that if you took a pig's pancreas and you did some chemical magic with it, you could get insulin from the pig's pancreas, and then you could inject that into children, which sounds horrible, but it was actually a really good thing, and then they suddenly can live a normal life. From there, we developed ways to measure the amount of glucose in the blood, and our control systems have gotten closer and closer to closing the loop. We then discovered that if you inject a little bit of insulin throughout time in a little pager-like device, that the glucose levels were extremely controllable and you could have much better management of your life. Then we discovered that some magical juice in the interstitial fluid that exists between muscle and bone and blood and guts and stuff, you can have some kind of a capacitive reaction with a bimetallic wire, and you can discover that with an XY simple curve model, you can actually get a glucose level every 5 minutes with a 5-minute delay. Now, all these technologies existed sort of separate of one another, and for a little bit, they started to move them together. But in the meantime, people who were hacking stuff got all these wonderful and useful and easy to program microcontrollers so that they could take over. They could get these signals out of the air. They could pluck them out of the air, and then they could close that loop. And what I mean by closing loop is glucose level goes up, insulin goes in, glucose level goes down. it's a tough control system because there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of hormonal activity and things like that that'll sort of throw a wrench in the works, insulin resistance and all that other kind of stuff, right? But they did it. They closed the loop, and they had some very nice tools. All of the companies closed all of that down with encryption. So for a while, there was a big market for old supplies. Now, since Bluetooth Low Energy has come out, there are more avenues for getting into that signal. We no longer need to reverse engineer encryption in order to have a go-between device between the things, and that's where I'm coming in. That's where I'm coming in. I'm going, finally, I can. They've closed the loop. I have a lot of control, and I only need to carry a phone on me. Considering the mass of my body, I might have trouble with the Bluetooth Low Energy signal not getting from device to device. So what the scheme in the end is going to be, I have this little guy that speaks Bluetooth Low Energy, not encrypted, and then I have the glucose monitor, which already speaks Bluetooth Low Energy. These are supposed to have their own apps from the company that provides them, and I have my phone. One thing you'll notice about my phone is it's not old. I bought a new phone for this, which was a mistake. I was just going to use their tools in order to do all this stuff, but we read up on the documentation, and it turns out you have to lock down your phone completely, and that's possibly due to, you know, regulations that exist for this technology to be allowed to be like on a normal phone, right? Because the previous system with this thing, the one with the blue blocker thing here, it's got like a blue tongue, I guess I'll call it. The other one is called the Omnipod 5 Dash, and that is what paved the way for the Omnipod 5, which is the exact same thing with a different piece of plastic right here. But what it means is that you can use your own phone as opposed to a phone they provide. It's very confusing. But I bought a new phone. That was a mistake because the Android operating system is under constant revision, I guess. That's maybe the excuse that they used. So it's not supported by the official apps. Same thing for the constant glucose monitor. I can't get the app on my phone. Supposedly, I could just put it on there and it might work, but I guess they don't have support for it, and I don't know why, and it's confusing, and it's really annoying that I spent so much money on a phone. I don't have an old phone that is supported. My old phone, my old Android phone, is an HTC, and I guess they don't support that either. So push comes to shove, if everything here fails today and I am forced to close my channel down and I get banned from Twitch because of diabetes, I don't know. Maybe they hate diabetics. I don't know. Anyway, if all that happens, I guess I can just go on eBay and get an old Android phone and run all that stuff. I can go back on the T-Slim for, I probably have like about 4 weeks of supplies. So now is a good time for me to do this. Basically, I've been squirreling away these things while using up my old supplies. It's that whole supply chain kind of thing that you have to do as a diabetic. Things will happen. CVS, in fact, did this to me. They got a prescription for my insulin from my doctor that was sent in as a Pedra, or sorry, Aspart, whatever this stuff is, insulin Aspart. This was sent into my doctor. I was like, hey, this guy needs more of this. And so what the doctor sent in was a prescription for the old kind of insulin called Humalog. And then CVS got that, and they said, oh, we need a prior authorization for this, because this is the formula one. This is the one that the doctors who aren't my doctors decided that I should have. So anyway, the prescription sat, and I ran out of insulin, and I had to basically beg them for insulin. Please sell me a $160 bottle with this Optum Rx script. You guys got to see the stress that caused like a month ago or 2 or 3. So anyway, aspartic acid salt. Is that what they're getting at here? Or you're just talking about stuff. This is even Novo Nordisk. Why is this not just Humalog? God damn it. They're like, yeah, we could sell cheaper insulin, but we're gonna call it Asphart. Got him. Anyway, so yeah, now's the time. Now is the time for me to take a look at all of these open source tools, and I'm a little scared. Because we got a lot of work to do here. We got to really learn this new system, and this is sort of the what I would consider to be the apex of technology here for diabetics, which is the very new, brand new Omnipod 5, which is like 5 or 6 weeks old at this point, and AAPS, Android Automatic Pancreas System, open source, with a new phone and the new, the latest of the Dexcom that speaks Bluetooth Low Energy. So involving the phone in this is good because everybody has this hyper powerful little square computer sitting in their pocket, right? And I figure this thing could dedicate a couple processing cycles to keeping me alive, seeing as I bought the damn thing. It can help out around the house and actually try to participate in this grand human experiment that we're all thrust into against our will. So anyway, let's take a look at Android APS and see what we're up against. There's the scene. So I've taken a little bit of a look into this, but not much. So let's just get into this from the perspective of somebody coming out of nowhere. A lot of the mistakes that I've made are just going to be part of our perspective on this whole thing. So the mistakes that I made, obviously, are having the wrong phone. But according to some Reddit posts that I read in a panic, the Bluetooth Low Energy Omnipods are compatible with this system, and this will run on my new phone. So let's just hope it all works. We're going to see what kind of stuff we run into along the way and whether or not we can actually get this thing configured. Now, from our perspective, this isn't a totally like we're not showing this system at its best, right? Because I've got some stuff here that possibly there could be some troubles along the way with some of the stuff that I've got running here, but we should be able to get this all configured and ready to go. I mean, I don't see any huge hurdles, even though everybody who I've talked to, the people that came out of the woodwork today, have had concerns. It appears as though I've settled all of those concerns, I hope. Of course, I got to get used to having a pod too. That's going to be weird. One of the things, by the way, one of the things that I read in the generic, or rather the media, here, I got to switch cameras again. One of the things that I read in the documentation about the way that this pump works, the pod, is that when I fill this with insulin, it's going to start pitching a fit and looking for a Bluetooth device to sync to, right? It looks for something to connect to. I have 2 hours from the time that I put insulin into this thing until I activate it with a device or it bricks, or I have to throw it out. I have to get insulin back out of it somehow, and then I have to toss it in the garbage. Because this thing is powered by fixed cell batteries. They're not rechargeable. Fixed cell coin batteries in this thing, and they only last so long. So you can't like fill a bunch of them up with insulin and then activate them as you see fit, because the act of filling this is what activates it, what has it start using up those batteries to get itself out of storage. So an important thing for me to do is to understand all the tools that I'm going to be using before I activate this thing. I think we're pretty far off from actually working with the hardware. Kabish, you guys with me? I think everybody's asleep. Oh, there's numbers on the back of this thing. There's one button on this, what deactivates the alarm for when you're done using it. So when you're done using it, you rip this thing off and it thinks, oh my God, I'm not connected to anything. I'm going to keep working as an insulin pump, even though it's separate from your body. And then it'll start to, appropriately, Lord Squeak, this thing will start squeaking its head off, saying, oh my God, I'm out of insulin, you're going to die. That's just the standard thing that pumps have to do, apparently, because the T-Slim, they have all of the alerts, and I'm ready to take a hammer to this thing. I hate all the alerts. They're all, it makes an emergency beep for something that's not an emergency, and there's nothing more irritating than that. The 5 has a button. Well, no, this is, I think the Dash has that too. There's just like a little, see that the little brass disc right there? You hit that with a pin for a little bit and then it turns off. Yeah, I finally cut my hair. Listen, I don't know if you know, I've been getting like headaches and stuff after having my hair cut, because all of that weight of hair was like pulling on my scalp in weird ways. And like, I'm not used to it now. I got a lot more coolness on the side of my head and I feel more awake lately. But yeah, if you guys didn't know, I had hair that was like, I had the berries and cream, like Squire haircut. And I have heavy hair. I have like ridiculous heavy hair. So A silicon plug that you shove a needle in. For this one, it is a disc. So it's one of my favorite kind of buttons that we go over here. I forgot that Syphilid 8 was also a Potter. Yeah, it's just like a disc that you depress. You don't like tell it a sad story. You like press it and it clicks in and that'll deactivate the alerts. It basically end of life's the pod. But yeah, this is the Omnipod 5, not Dash. So there's a clear protector here. One wild thing is that this is a spring-loaded injection device. This thing has a needle in it, and it's like ready to strike. I'm like scared of this thing. you push a button on your cell phone, and this thing goes pa-da! And it like attacks you with a needle. It like finds you in the middle of the night, and it's like ha-da! And you're like ah, ow. It's like a remote. It's like a really pinchy IED. Steel spring surprise. Yeah, it calls out its attack before it does it. But what that does is that puts a cannula tube under the skin. So that little tube is what it administers insulin through. It's a plastic tube. So the syringe will go in and then it'll retract, possibly under the same spring. We'll take one of these apart when I start using them. When I have old ones, I'll rip it off and you guys can laugh about all the hair that'll be stuck on this thing. And then we'll take one apart and we'll see what that injection system is like. We've taken one of these apart before. This one is fairly complicated. This one is possibly similarly complicated, but it'll spring out and oftentimes just use the extended spring, the inertia, to pull itself back in. Like the inertia overextends the spring and then it comes back. Yeah, I've seen the internals and I know they're using memory wire, so I'm excited about that. Well, because we got thermal imaging here. We can use the thermal imaging and the memory wire and we can make some kind of a little bastardized little thingy. I don't know. We'll mess around with it. It'll be fun. Yeah, anyway, we got documentation to go through, right? I want to see the probe. You're not going to be able to see it. You're not going to be able to see it because I'm not wasting one of these things just for stream. I haven't done the calculation for the cost yet, but it's probably shocking how much they're charging for these things. This is like $35 in technology bucks, but in actual insurance bucks, each individual pod, not sure. The cover is not, well, I don't think so. I can't tell. I mean, nothing is active inside of this thing. It only has the latent heat from my hand holding onto it. So I don't know if it's IR transparent or not. But that's long wave IR. Infrared in general, I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway. So the pod, that's what the pod is. When we get to it, I will fill it with insulin, but first we need to set up everything on the phone. Like I mentioned before, the companies that actually produce these things, the reason that we can use them so freely with the open source software is because they use Bluetooth Low Energy. And Bluetooth Low Energy does have a little bit of encryption built into the protocol. I don't know if they're using that yet, but they have their own apps that will run these things. My phone doesn't support them because it's a new operating system, but they have phone apps that run these things. So they're communicating openly in Bluetooth to Android, and then that manages the whole thing. So the reason that we're able to use all these open source tools is because that other system exists. I'm trying to use the open source stuff. They can't provide me with an app. They're not allowed to do that. That's against a whole bunch of probably laws. I'm going to say law. It's against the law. What they're able to do is provide me with an open source project that I have to compile myself. So that's what we're going to look at. And we need to use 3.0 because that's what officially supports this stuff, supposedly. And then I need to go through a whole thing and see whether or not we need to skip some steps that are probably not supposed to be skipped at all because this is a health device. That's my disclaimer, is there might be some stuff that we do here that I definitely wouldn't recommend. So let's just see what we got. So Android AAPS, open source app for people living with insulin-dependent diabetes. That's me. They're talking about me. That acts as an artificial pancreas system, an APS. It's not just an app, it's an APS. On Google Android smartphones. I have that. That's right here. That's this thing. See that? That right there? There it is. I'm going to point to it with as many pointers as I can. See that? That's the phone. That's me. They're talking about me. Main components are different open AAPS software algorithms which aim to do what a living pancreas does, keeping sugar levels within healthy limits by using automated insulin dosing. I'm excited about that part. Supposedly, now I'm very insensitive as a person and as a diabetic. I'm not very sensitive to external insulin, and it sucks. It's actually kind of really terrible, and part of it is my weight. Part of it is that I cannot fucking lose weight for the life of me. I'm gonna get on that because I've done it before. I need to do it again because in order for this stuff to work, I need to be much more sensitive to the insulin going into my body. I need to eat less. I need to do all the, you know, I need. This is the constant cycle of mentality that goes into diabetes. But in order for this thing to automatically control my glucose levels, and for me to not even have to think about it, if I can ever get there, I need to do me in order for this to work. Now, people who are more sensitive to insulin going over to the system, it's like fucking brilliant. They can just like, okay, 26 years of my life, and I've never looked at a cupcake and not thought about what it's going to do to me half an hour down the line, right? I have never done that. I've never looked at food and not calculated it. So it's interesting that you would be able to achieve that with this system. And I've only heard of a couple, you know, only seen a couple posts with people bragging about that. But that would be kind of cool if it could eventually work out. I think for the most part, I need to tell this thing what I'm eating, and then it'll be able to deal with what the aftermath ahead of time, you know? Insulin takes, as a control system, from the perspective of my education, which is in controls and electronics, as a control system engineer, the human body sucks. It's like the worst fucking control system I've ever heard of in my entire life. In order to assert control over glucose levels, as a diabetic, you inject insulin into the interstitial fluid. That takes time for absorption, and that absorption time is important to not overwhelm the system. But what happens is you eat something, and billions of years of evolution have you converting that into sugars almost instantaneously. Your liver will actually say, oh, we can release a little bit of what we're storing just because this person's eaten. We'll catch up a little later. So let's just like fucking throw a bunch of glucose into the bloodstream as soon as we see food in the mouth. That happens. That's a thing that happens. And so you eat something and your glucose level straight up, right? It goes into the stratosphere, and then it stays there because you're now waiting for external insulin to be absorbed into the muscles. Not because your pancreas is fucking checked out. I did it 20 years ago. So it's a terrible control system. The modern insulins take about 15 minutes supposedly to peak if you're like really sensitive and you've got like a great body and like a beach body. But for me, it takes something like an hour plus to start even seeing a result from giving the insulin. So if you can do anything ahead of time, that's preferable. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing with this system, is telling it that I'm going to eat, you know, food ahead of time, and then it'll give the insulin, and then when I eat the food, I can balance all that out. It's a big balancing act, and it's a control system, but it's terrible. It's like 1 hour down the line influence on what's happening. it's a nightmare. Anyway, So what do we need? Keeping blood sugar levels within the healthy limits by using automated insulin dosing aids. Additionally, you'll need to at least support and FDA CE approved. Insulin pump containing insulin pumping continuous glucose meter. All right, so we have all the elements on paper. Pancreas works like an open loop system with fire and forget events. That is true. The 15-minute thing always bugged me. Yeah, it's never 15 minutes, right? When I talk about all these things that are claimed, like for instance, God damn it, all the doctors that have been yelling at me since I was 14, at least back in the day, right? I have a different doctor now. He's awesome, but the doctors that I used to have would yell at us, and like they always had this ideal example of the perfect diabetic, where if you give them 1 unit of insulin, their glucose level moves immediately to a certain like level, and then it stays there for the rest of their life. Like they have that person. They work out every day and they don't smoke or drink or do anything like that. They're most fucking irritating person to hang out with, but their glucose levels are always perfect. They always have that example of a person like that, right? And that's where the 15 minutes comes from. Nobody's like that. People are a mess. Everyone's a mess. So like these idealistic examples are awful. They're actually very damaging to the mentality of a lot of diabetics out there, and I hate it. And I hate them. No, I don't hate the individuals, but like the idealistic example of the diabetic that does everything perfect. You know, if I'm working out or mowing the lawn 10 minutes, if I'm being lazy, it can take 30 minutes. Yeah, and if your liver just decides that it's time, it'll just give you a bunch of glucose, and you're like, why don't my glucose levels move today? Like, there have been times when I've had to actually take a break to just go up and down stairs in order to get anything to happen. Like if I'm having a Sunday where I'm programming, I'm sitting here. I'm not really doing all that much activity. I use stools for the bench because they keep me a little bit more erect. It's a legitimate use of the term. Anyway, they keep me more upright and they keep me moving around and stuff. So the insulin reacts a little bit better. But if I'm having a lazy day where I'm actually programming and I'm just sitting at a desk, it can be tough. You know? I had one I swore up and down to keep levels between 80 and 100 at all times. Yeah, it's just not. Sometimes the body is like, no, and everything goes to shit. All right. Anyway, this is kind of cathartic, actually, complaining about all this stuff with you guys here. App is not provided in Google Play. That's a legal thing. You have to build it from the source code by yourself for legal reasons. See, that's also legal. That's a legal thing. So we've got to do Android Studio, huh? Where do we get Android Studio? We'll get to the like steps in a minute here. I just want to read the documentation with you guys just so we know what we're up against. I am going to take a sip of soda. I did it. I took a sip of soda. We provided the subsection of the documentation, especially for those who are new to the concept. That's me. That's me. They're literally talking about me. Do-it-yourself APS, artificial pancreas system, in order. I don't have a smartwatch, by the way. I'm a T2. Oh yeah, I didn't explain the difference between T1 and T2. Chat, there's many different types of diabetes now. It's incredible. There's like a T3 and 4 and a T1000. I don't know. But anyway, type 1 and type 2 have the same symptoms, but often different circumstances that lead to it. And everybody loves to joke about Wilford Brimley and being fat. That is not necessarily a cause of type 2 diabetes. I know a lot of thin type 2 diabetics. Type 2 diabetes is a resistance to the insulin that your body already makes. And there's a couple other circumstances around that too. There's examples, counterexamples for everything. By the way, the reason that I'm so guarded about everything that I fucking say on this channel is that we're a bunch of tech people, and tech people seem to love to try to point out hypocrisy, and they love to try to point out inconsistency because most of their jobs are probably finding things that are inconsistent and attacking them. And so I end up getting attacked a lot for my inconsistency or a counterexample or a you know just some any old counterexample that might exist in the world because I'm talking about stuff in terms that seem too inflexible. It's absolute fucking piss. It's so annoying. But anyway, oh, thank you, Groovy. I got more than. I'm not gonna make that joke. I'm not gonna make the more than one hair joke. Don't make the more than one hair joke. That's fucking dad jokes, and I'm not a dad. All right, anyway, oops, I almost tossed that into a Stream Deck button. Ranting. Type 2 diabetes means that the body doesn't necessarily respond to the insulin in the way that it should. So there's all kinds of different methods for dealing with that. You can imagine, if my insulin doesn't do as much as it should, there are things that I can do in order to counteract that, including and not limited to actually injecting more insulin. But it also takes the form of, you know, pills that allow your pancreas to work a little bit more and blah, 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 blah. Type 1 diabetes is when your immune system attacks the islets of Lagrange. It sounds like an adventure, but it actually attacks the cells that produce insulin in the pancreas. Pancreas is a gelatinous mold with a bunch of vegetables in it, and all those vegetables are glands. And so blood flows through this organ, and a bunch of glands do a bunch of different tasks of the pancreas. This is one of these evolutionary, ridiculous things that allows humans to be humans, but it's also one of the more scary organs in the body. And so somewhere within that jello mold of various random glandular apparatus are the islets of Lagrange and the beta cells, who are so beta that your immune system fucked them up and then laughed as they gave them swirlies or whatever, and so they don't produce insulin anymore. Yeah, it's like a 60s, gelatinous mold. From what I've heard, like, one of the things about surgeons is they're like, just don't touch the pancreas. Like, don't have anything to do with the pancreas. That organ is danger, because it's like a jello mold of veins that the patient will bleed out if you touch. So sounds like a term straight out of Dune. Yeah, they got weird names for all kinds of biology. Ooh, I gotta look all the way down there. There we go. Okay. All right, back to reading. I thought I'd just do an aside and explain that T1 and T2 diabetes, while they share symptoms, the circumstances are different, and a lot of the technology goes back and forth with them. Insulin sensitivity is a big deal to T2 diabetics. T1, it is a big deal, but in a different way. If I have the most ideal insulin sensitivity, I still need to inject insulin. And actually, I had a point in time where my body did not, according to the algorithms that are running in the pump, I have to like rearrange. The infusion sets on my stomach, and so it has to drop down, go around my shirt, and then back up to this thing. So I have to twist in order to show you guys the pump. At a certain point, because I was on some T2 diabetes drugs, at a certain point, this thing decided that I almost didn't need insulin at all. And so it gave me a very small basal injection, a very, very small amount of insulin over time. And I actually went into diabetic ketoacidosis, which is what happens when your glucose level's too high for too long, or you don't get enough insulin. And so that transport mechanism of sugar into fat isn't happening, and your blood becomes acidic. That happened to me. I had to go to the hospital for it. Now I know all the symptoms to look for, because I didn't have high glucose levels, and I went diabetic ketoacidosis because my body wasn't getting any insulin, which should be really good for weight loss, but unfortunately, so anyway. Oh, yep. Hereditary or acquired over bad life habits, pregnancy, disease, diabetes is an open issue on the human evolution Git repo that no one wants to deal with. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? You just recompile, right? I don't know. I don't do a lot of Git stuff. I don't know how to use it. or at least insofar as my chat's concerned. I have a GitHub site for a lot of the projects that we do, but yeah, I don't know how to use it, man. All right, so what do we got? Those who are new to the concept, do-it-yourself artificial pancreas in order to best show how to get acquainted with the information we consider to be the most important, especially in terms of understanding the reasons behind the limits set in place when you're first beginning your AAPS journey. Now, these limits are going to be a subject of some controversy, and I'm not sure about my stance about it yet, because here we are. What is it? I don't have all my normal monitors. We're like an hour and a half in, and I'm only getting to the first paragraph of the documentation. You have to understand and I'm explaining this again and again and again, just so that you guys who are here via diabetes stuff understand how we do things here. There's a time dilation. If it takes me 4 streams to do a project, it'll probably take you an afternoon. And so these people have limits in place for your health and safety. I've been a diabetic for 26 years. I know a lot about software. I know a lot about hardware. I'm not confident. I don't know how to explain this. I may or may not remove the limits. There's a way to do it. Somebody has a patch. We can go into the code and undo these limitations so that I can start actually using the device. Or I keep them in place because they are a very necessary step to familiarize yourself with an all-new system. This is totally alien to me. You have to understand that diabetes, in terms of a control system, is fairly simple, aside from the complexity that your body introduces everything to. But the things that are going to be in place to control it, I need to get used to. I need to actually learn how to use and manipulate their software. And so they have stuff in place that will limit you, but it will also give you a gradual introduction to the complexity of what you have to deal with. So this is smart, I'm dumb. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And I might be really dumb if I disable the things. The safety limits have been developed over many years by observations of the inadvertent mistakes that new users are more likely to make. Can I tell you guys about the first time that I ever used a glucose monitoring device, a constant glucose monitoring device? Because I went, hey, I know everything about everything, and I'm perfect. I know exactly what I'm doing. This is the old Dexcom, where they had this big plastic injection thingy, right? And you peel off the tape from the injection thingy. And actually, I've learned that auto injectors are kind of a godsend to some people who are squeamish around needles. My attitude around needles is that I'd rather not die, so I don't have the luxury of being squeamish around needles. But some people are squeamish around needles and they don't like pain. I guess that's a reasonable assumption for people. I'm of a mind that, like, too bad. but at the same time, I understand. After reading some comments on Reddit, the auto injector is a lot better than what we used to have. What we used to have for these guys was not a button that you press and then everything goes boom, and it's done in like a half a second. No, indeed, it used to be that you would peel the patches off of the thing, put it on your body, release a guard, press a plunger that would put a needle under your skin, and then you had to retract a collar, and then you could unclip and pull the whole thing away. Yeah, I'm perfect and I know everything and I don't need to know anything at all. And so I took one of these things and I put it on and I pressed the plunger down and then I tried to release the entire thing from the thing and I had to like retract the needle out and then it pulled out the wire and then so I totally ruined an entire set, which is supposed to last 7 days. I completely ruined it. And just like one video watching somebody else do it was all I needed in order to set that straight. So what they're talking about right here in the documentation that we're reading, that's me. That's me. This is an oh bother, does the wrong thing immediately prevention system that they've developed over years of people use. See, I've been happily living my life being stupid while these very smart people have been putting together this stuff apart from me. So they have the experience, and I trust this. But we might disable the things if we know exactly what they're doing. We'll see. We'll see. That's a big if. I think I might want them to be in place. All right. Those mistakes occur simply because the user was so excited to get started using it. Okay, they're fucking describing me like to a T. They're describing me, chat. But they've forgotten to sit down and dedicate the time needed to understand the information with this documentation thoroughly. Well, that's what we're doing right here, so clearly we don't need the... Oh no. It's a catch-22. We've all been there. No, we haven't. This is a unique thing to me. The approach of read everything is a merit and certainly true. Yeah, but it's really boring. We need, like, videos. I need a video. Well, maybe this will serve as a... No, this... I get too sidetracked for this to be, like, a succinct edited video of how to set up Android APS. I'm sure you guys would rather just be getting into Android Studio right now. We probably should start downloading that, to be honest. Let's get Android Studio. Android Studio. Download. We're gonna put it on the stream computer because I figure I'll drag you guys through the dirt with me, getting to know all this stuff. Oh my God! Look at all these license agreements. Okay, let's just pull something out of the middle of this. Continually apply until terminated by either you or Google as set out below. If you want to terminate the license agreement, you may do so by ceasing your use of the SDK. Ha! Impossible! Any relevant developer credentials. Google may at any time terminate the license agreement with you if you're a diabetic and we want to kill you. B, Google's required to do so by law. C, the partner with whom Google offered certain parts of the SDK, such as APIs. There's a lot of acronym. Software development. K, such as auto programming interface. I don't fucking remember what all these things are. Terminate his relations with Google. Cease to offer the parts of the SDK to you. D, Google decides to no longer provide the SDK or certain parts. Oh my God. I like reading like weird parts of the legal terms. New haircut. Yeah, get over it. I got a lot of weight reduced from my head. I was like getting headaches from like the weight of the hair. Might be worth inserting the Dexcom now too because of the 2-hour warm-up. I got the one in my shoulder right now. I can pop it up and pop it down, but my backup is to go back onto the T-Slim. So we're kind of feeling this out. Yeah. Ooh, badge? What are you talking about? What the hell is that? Oh, Android Studio user badge. No. I don't want it. I don't care. Google will decide if you live or die. What do you think, algorithm? They used copyright music. Kill him. Did they gamify downloading the IED? IDE, sorry. You guys know that this was kill him? This is the chicken with a head, or was it? I thought it was the opposite. Like this was kill him. There's a chicken with a head cut off, and this is let him live. I think I remember it being the opposite of what it actually. Anyway, all right. Google would decide your fate. With a name as honorable as Google. I tried to use one of those Google Assist things, and it was very annoying. Why is return chatter turned back on? Oh my God. I am so fucking annoyed. Okay, so this stuff right here, the creator chat highlighter, as the creator, I've got, you know, my specific dashboard, so this gives me an idea of all the stuff that's going on while I'm streaming. I don't mean to show you guys following. I like my introverted follow mode where you can follow and unfollow as you see fit. But this fucking chat highlighting thing, look at this. So I've always got an animated icon on it, right? Okay, animated, it probably just means you need to like click on it and just acknowledge that you've looked at this. Cool, man. Yeah, I've looked at everything. Cool. All right, close. Oh, it's still animated? Maybe I need to like, maybe I just need to like activate a couple more of these and maybe it'll, no, it's still animated. So, all right, maybe that's not it. Maybe if I'll just put this setting in here. And by the way, I keep disabling this one. And I hit close, and then maybe, okay, it's still animated. All right, so what does it want from me? What does it want? It's still animated. Maybe if I get rid of the shortcut, then it won't. Okay, now this one's animated. Why? Why do they do this? Always an animated icon. Look, it's still... yeah. It's so obnoxious. It's just always animated. Oh my God. And I keep turning this one off and it keeps popping back up. I don't need to know if you're returning to my chat. I don't care about you. No, I do. You guys are great. But it's so annoying. It's like always this little boop, boop, little indicator going on. I'm just glad the people who are responsible for Twitch aren't responsible for this. Light mode. Listen. I don't mean to clap back so hard at you, but light mode. You will love light mode if you have this in your face while you're streaming. This fucker right here is the reason that I use light mode. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see a goddamn thing you guys are saying. My pupils are pinpricks right now, all right? I have a freaking studio light in my face. Yo, fuck yourself. You're using cringe, you're using light mode. Anyway, all right. The notice me senpai engagement hysteria. I don't know, man. It's like, I don't know. I don't know why it keeps re-enabling itself. Yeah, listen, I'm in a basement. I'm the epitome of millennialism. I live in a basement, and I'm like almost a billion years old, and blah, blah, blah. Next to the return chatter, I mean, there's like moderation and stuff like that I can do. I don't want to accidentally ban this poor person. No, it looks like I can reply to them, and that's the only thing. I mean, I can click on their actual name and like do all that mod stuff, but I'm not gonna do that. Anyway. Moderation actions, membership, creator chat highlights. No, it just brings me to the same menu. All right, anyway, it's just a thing. It's just a thing that I got to deal with. All right. The approach, read everything as merit, and it's certainly true. It's not uncommon for newcomers to quickly become overwhelmed by the sheer volume and variety of new information. This is a complicated system, and if you've never done any feedback kind of stuff with the insulin pump, it can be daunting. There are also different settings for everything. Everything is different settings, right? The way that they're going to describe the algorithm to you is not necessarily the way something else is going to do it or another company is going to do it, right? These guys have developed this stuff on their own, and their algorithm can work in a different way, and it can be more aggressive than the one that the health provider is actually providing. So ad block the animated part of the icon. I don't know. I'm not doing anything like that though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with that right now. It's just annoying, and I can partially ignore it. You learn how to ignore stuff when you stream. All right, we'll just keep that in the download folder. I'm not writing an app. Why do you guys? It's weird. All right. Certainly approach, read everybody, sure volume, etc. Successfully run your own chosen setup with Lay out the most important foundations of the knowledge necessary to successfully run your own chosen setup with as few hiccups as possible. Now, my setup is as white bread as they come. There's nothing crazy or fancy about what I'm setting up today, aside from the newness of this particular insulin pump. This particular insulin pump, it's been out for a month or two, almost 3 months. It's been out not for a long time. It is a subset of a pump that actually they do have support for. So it's more than likely this will go off without a hitch. This pump is sort of a known factor in the rest of the system. I'm forced to go open source because of the newness of my phone. So there's the newness of the phone, the newness of the pump, the glucose monitor, totally well known and supported for a long time. So that's what we're dealing with. White bread is basically sugar. That's what I learned the first time I got the constant glucose monitor. Is I ate I think it was like a salami sandwich with white bread, right? Boy, oh boy, does that glucose level respond quickly to bleached white bread. I think it's a superpower that I have. All right, stop it with the tech bro cynicism. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of the tech bro everything's awful and you hate everything. I understand. You guys hate everything. Let's move on from that now. Jeez. Everything's dumb but me. I'm a software guy. All right. Next few subsections are meant to lay out the most important foundations of the knowledge necessary to successfully guide. I skipped a line. Necessary to successfully run your own chosen setup with as few hiccups as possible. New users can refer back to this guide. I like that. When they run, I like that there's a very simple guide. Come back to this guide when they run into aspects of the system that they are not yet familiar with, and to remind themselves where to go within the documentation in order to locate more in-depth information as needed. It's also important to lay out the capabilities of Android APS in an upfront manner, yes, as sometimes it can be disappointing to discover in the middle of reading documentations that certain necessary tools are currently not available for use. This right here is basically the story of why I'm here. I learned later in the game that a lot of the stuff was not available. So that's something that that's the big mistake that I made was not really properly researching this stuff. I was like, it's the newest thing. It'll work with a new phone. Nope. Of course, I bought the phone before even discovering the system, but whatever. I needed an upgrade to the phone anyway. The old phone was starting to show its wear a little bit, but I was excited about eventually going to an insulin pump with it, but I kind of jumped the gun, and so here I am. This is the tool that works with the Android. The stuff that they provide officially doesn't. So plus you need to lock down your phone all weirdly in order to use it. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to lock down my phone like a weirdo. I'm the only person in my life, so nobody's gonna pick up my phone and start hand-fisting my glucose levels. All right, so middle of reading documentation, certain necessary tools, blah, 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 blah. Due to constraints on which types of insulin pumps or CGMs are available in some countries versus other countries, etc. Oh, that was another one of them. Insulet, the company that does omnipods, apparently needs your location information in order to run your insulin pump. That's a little weird. Why does Insulet need to know where I am? Why do they need my location in order to run my pump? That was in the documentation that we read. Aside from about 250 million warnings that they had, they said you need to turn on the location services because something, something, something. They said that in the Omnipod 5 documentation. Why? Why do you need to know my location? Food for thought. Weird fucking dystopian reality that cell phones are ushering in. Simply offers less distinctive functionality. Finally, it's important to acknowledge that many experience-related aspects inside this documentation only become pertinent as you begin to use AAPS in real time. That's a fun one. Hey, Diabetic Dragon. Got a lot of these diabetics like buzzing around my stream today. I'm like lousy with diabetics in here. I wonder why. Yeah, we're taking a look at OpenAPS, and we're seeing, we're doing the initial stuff from a perspective of somebody who's never even encountered it before. I have an Omnipod 5, not Dash. I have Dexcom G6. I have insulin. And then I have an Android phone, a new Android phone that's not supported by the official applications for both Dexcom and Omnipod 5, because it's too new, which is like barely an excuse. But that's why I'm here. That's why I'm looking at APS, because not only can I get tighter control and more control and fewer annoying beeps, because apparently they basically turn your phone into an annoying beepathon for the regular apps. Movement data in diabetic studies you signed up for by using the product. Oh, man. You know, like, I don't know about accelerometer movement, but I guess it is using the Bluetooth Low Energy Tap. Which would be accelerometer, but like, you're not really using GPS to ascertain whether or not somebody's moving their body. It could be in a car. It's just like, why are you in this country? It's like, it's none of your fucking business. That's why. God, I hate it. Anyway, isn't it possible to learn to play a sport perfectly by just reading about the rules? I beg to differ. I am a chess master now. I read the rules for chess once, and I never really play it because all my friends are too pretentious. I'll move like a pawn, and they'll be like, I see it's over in 10 moves. You've gone for the gambit. And I'm like, the fuck? I don't know what this game is. So I never really learned how to play chess. Makes sense, though. It takes a combination of first learning the foundations of the rules, safely operating APS, then committing the time to learning how best to apply those rules as you navigate through the setup of looping with Android APS. Everybody's body is different, right? Everybody is a special and unique snowflake in terms of diabetes. Everybody's personal control is going to differ, and it's going to range sometimes widely for the stuff that you need to do. For instance, I am a giant insulin sponge, and it requires 1 billion units for me to recover from a big hyperglycemic event, in which case I will probably be might even have to like manually inject, because this thing doesn't hold that much insulin. Hopefully I can turn that stuff around, but you know, everyone's different. The algorithm that's going to control me is going to differ from the one that controls you in terms of the setting. Scheduled a whole appointment with a new diabetes educator I was told would be about upgrading to new Omnipod, just to have a 45-minute conversation explaining about how my insurance won't cover it. I ran into that too. I got a letter today that tells me that Pennsylvania, with their wonderful benefits that they have for people like me, they don't cover the training material for the insulin pump that I have. Okay, so I just won't get the training material, and I'll do Android APS, right? I guess. It sucks that your insurance won't cover this, because this is a no-brainer, right? At least to me, it's a no-brainer. I don't have a tube that I can detect every doorknob in a radius with, and I don't have to roll over in bed and then get myself to the bathroom and put a patch over my infusion set because I decided to roll over and scrape my body up against my sheets. I mean, that's just like a quality of life difference, like an astounding quality of life difference. Plus, I don't need to pull out something that resembles a pager and get a bunch of fanfare. What is that? Is that a pager? Go fuck yourself. Like, that's basically my reaction to that. Instead, I could be just like a millennial. Look at my phone all the time. And everybody's like, that's just some guy on his phone, right? Bluetooth access in Android requires location permission, since you could determine a location with beacons. So it's a requirement for BLE. All right, well, that makes a little bit more sense. But I thought they had some other excuse for why they had location information in tandem with the Bluetooth and stuff. But that makes sense. All right. Blow out the text a little bit. Ba 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 ba. All right. I hope your insurance, Diabetic Dragon, I hope your insurance turns around on that soon, because that's a pisser. That's really obnoxious. And it sucks that you had to take time out of your day in order to get that instead of like a letter. It's just, that's such bullshit. But yeah, I feel for you, man. Hopefully down the line they'll cover it, because it's, I mean, this kind of stuff is, this is a good direction for the technology to be going in. Yeah, and then they could do their own private study of location information now, just because of that. It's just got to deal with it, I guess. Just got to deal with it. All right. So this thing is waxing philosophical about reading stuff, and that's what we're here for. We're here to learn about the system and use it. So the trials and tribulations with Android Studio they'll probably come today. I am going to go late today because we've got a lot of stuff to go through. And as you can see, I don't know, all the people that were here earlier, if they're sticking around, you can see how much time it takes to do the basics here on this stream. It's very difficult to get through a large project. And that's why my announcement of my working on this today, I was sort of not all that nervous about getting deep into it, because we might not get deep into it. We need to make sure that we read everything and we sort of know what we're up against here. So let's continue, and I'm going to continue to be snarky about this stuff. The GPS spoofer. I got to work with a GPS spoofer once. It was a lot of fun, actually. I sent my phone into the middle of the Atlantic. GPS coordinates 000 or whatever. That is the location of a lot of different companies that didn't bother to give a GPS coordinate location. There are some that are legitimately there too, as you know, just for fun. But then there are a bunch of companies where you're like, why is this hot dog stand in the middle of the Atlantic? Or whatever. Into the Null Island. Isn't there like a platform there or something? Yeah. It's kind of cool. It's like this little sort of side effect of having numerical coordinates in GPS and having a 0 is that there's a popular spot right off of the coast of Africa that's 0. It's nothing. All right. Yeah, a lot of hungry customers at 000. I think the joke was that I was going to open a hot dog stand there. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. It wasn't, there isn't actually a hot dog stand there. I want to open one there. Just a little barge that sells hot dogs. I'm just floating along like, hey, you guys want a Nullo hot dog? All right, anyway, moving along. A few hiccups as possible. New users can refer back to, okay, we already read that. Upfront manner, yes. Due to constraints, which types of insulins or pumps? Oh yeah, which types of insulins? I was on a super duper ultra like mega new insulin that had like a 5-minute peak or something like that. It was nuts. It was this nutso new insulin when I started the T-Slim 12 years ago. Oh my God. When I started the T-Slim, I was on this super duper new insulin, right? And they didn't have, I think it was like a sulfur component, like a stabilizing sulfur component in the insulin. Insulin's this giant, ridiculous protein. And so it can be very sensitive to shock. Like if you take a bottle of insulin, you've killed a diabetic, because it'll start bunching up and breaking the proteins, and then your body won't respond to it, right? So what would happen is with the T-Slim drawing and injecting from a bag, that puts the insulin under a lot of mechanical stress, because it has to go through a lot of very small openings and stuff like that. That mechanical stress was enough that without that stabilizing sulfur component that insulin normally has in my new fancy ultra insulin, it would produce occlusions. The proteins would get mushed up and then get stuck. And so I had to get off of that and back onto Humalog, which I've been on for like 15 years. So yeah, it's interesting about that. They want me to wait for the warranty on my current pump to run out, even though it's also an omnipod. What? I thought omnipods didn't have warranties. Oh, they must have warranties on the hardware. See, this thing doesn't have any kind of a warranty, so I can go to Tandem and be like, all right, let's do this. The insurance might have like a baby if I do that, but yeah, I can just stop using it. This isn't good. I'm done. I wish it was like that, because there are a lot of products out there, and some of them don't work. For, you know, people vary. People are all kinds of weird. And so some pump system will work for one person, won't work for another, but you got to use it for 4 years before you can get a different one. I always hated that. You know, you got to really research this stuff before jumping into it. And so the Omnipod 5 doesn't have, because these Omnipods last for 2 days. So it's just, you can hop in and out of it. I wish there were more companies like that. Even though it's an Omnipod and the upgrade system would help me out significantly. Man, yeah, that's what, I mean, the upgraded system, I hear the algorithms are a little bit different. I'm not going to be using them because of my phone. So I'm going to be using this, which are totally different algorithms, but I'm more in control of them. This isn't a research stream. I have everything sitting in front of me. It is kind of a research stream, though. All right, anyway, it's taken us 5 hours to read a paragraph. This is like my school experience throughout my life. I have like a piece of sushi rice in my tooth. No, I don't. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Wait. Nope. It's gone. Okay. Looking more into the CGM in countries simply offers less different functionality. It's important to acknowledge that many experience-related aspects inside documentation are only pertinent because AAPS in real time, just as nearly impossible to learn, play a sport, blah, 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 committing to the learn how to best to apply the rules and blah. I didn't get anything from that paragraph. No, we've already read this. The Getting Started subsection is a must-read to understand the general concept of what an artificial pancreas system is designed to do, and it is especially pertinent for users of Android APS. All right, cool. The subsection, what do I need, specifies the CGM monitors and insulin pumps that are available for use with Android APS. Like I've been saying, there's a lot of different systems out there, and some work for a lot of people. Dexcom, generally, historically, has been the best in terms of ascertaining what glucose levels are. I don't know if they were the first, but their system works, and it just works. I've heard of people who have had the Dexcom set in, like, this guy wore it on his ankle, which I don't understand at all. I don't know how you do that. You're supposed to be using muscles. Muscles! But he had it on his ankle that was protected by a sock, and he had it in for, like, months, which is crazy. You got to do some weird stuff in order to reuse the supplies for some of these things. Generally, it's not recommended that you reuse supplies because your body attacks any foreign object. And so in attacking that foreign object, there's a lot of problems that occur with that, in addition to the fact that insulin is a growth hormone. It is one of the most effective steroids that you can go on. But unfortunately, I'm not taking advantage of the insulin. I just use it to live. But anyway, apparently insulin is a really effective growth hormone, and if you keep injecting insulin in the same place for more than 5 or 6 or 7 days, you get kind of a rubbery patch there for a little while, because your body goes, man, we are producing a lot of insulin. It's time to grow big and strong. So you get kind of a rubbery patch of flesh underneath the surface of the skin. I got one right here. I got one right here. It'll go away eventually, but it's kind of annoying to have because it's like, oh, look, there's a lump. A weird little lump. Anyway, so yeah, you got to rotate sites because they go bad, and your sensitivity to insulin changes as your body attacks the foreign object. In addition to the fact that having that much growth hormone in one spot is a bad deal. So yeah, not even a diabetic, but a friend who is. I wish my friends would try to at least start to understand this on the level that I do. Upon becoming friends with these guys, they suddenly changed their stance on socialized healthcare. Like, that's a curse word to them, apparently. Why are we not all bargaining for lower prices? You know, I don't know. It's fucking stupid. Some people. Anyway, the subsection, what do I need, specifies CGMs and insulin pumps that are available for use with Android APS. This subsection is important to understand so that your Android APS system can be assembled and built, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Read the instructions for the Lego set. I get it. Where to go for help? That's a good place we're probably going to find ourselves. Depending on your levels of experience with AAPS, this is very important that you don't feel left out. It was like last stream when somebody was like, I think they were talking about like, I forget what it was. It was something about wishing that I was Canadian or something. Oh yeah, it was like, why would you want to move to Canada? And I'm like, bro, bro. Like, as a diabetic in North America, why would I want to move to Canada for like a job? Yeah, I don't even need to get into that. I could just say that and everybody knows. All right, anyway. Very important so you don't feel left out, especially, oh wait, I've skipped stuff. Subsection, where to go for help. Should help direct you to the best places to go for AAPS. Very important so that you don't feel left out, especially at the beginning. Well, we're going to be going through the beginning alone, me and 75 people. 75 people, half of which are probably the developers for this stuff. This is like actually what I'm doing right now. I could charge a lot of consulting money for, because this is a totally fresh perspective on the documentation. This seems really well put together though, in terms of like, we were finding all kinds of annoying things in the documentation for the Omnipod when I was reading it, like all the warnings and stuff that just have absolutely no meaning. But this is good. This is actually, I'm fairly pleased with what's happening right now. They've taken a little bit more of a chummy voice than you would normally get from health documentation. I actually did used to work in what do I call that? I worked in an industry for about 1.5 years where they took nurses and had them read the documentation on auto-injecting syringes, and then they had notes about how to rearrange the documentation so that the nurses wouldn't miss details and stuff like that. Like, that was the kind of stuff that was going on at that job. So I've actually worked in this before. Yeah, explaining the bit about being exciting, jumping straight in is a good part. They literally just described my experience with the constant glucose monitor. That's like when I got the newer Dexcom, I jumped the gun on a lot of stuff. And they just, that, like, man, that's experience talking right there. Okay, so where to go for help. Important so we don't feel left out at the beginning. Get in touch with others quickly as possible. Clarify questions. Solve pitfalls as quickly as possible. That's actually very important because you're using an open source project to run your insulin pump. The moment to moment, you know, you don't have a day to wait for an answer to the question about whether or not you should press a button. So that's fairly important. It's good that that exists. Although to a certain degree, you do have to, you know, have the experience and the knowledge to solve problems like that on your own. You know, what does this setting do? I got to look it up. I got to go to the help section, or I need to go to the getting started in order to refresh myself. Android APS said blah, 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 some point that they couldn't solve on their own. Well, I've chat to help me with that. Nice thing is, however, due to the large number of users, 2 in Philadelphia that I know of, one and a quarter, the other one will get up to speed as soon as they're done reading this freaking paragraph. The response times to questions are usually very quick, typically only a few hours. Don't worry about requesting help, as there's no such thing as a dumb question. Okay, I would significantly argue, having streamed for, when did I start? It's like 4 years of streaming. I can say that this is objectively wrong. This is objectively and demonstrably and unequivocally wrong for reasons that I can't even begin to touch right now. It's a whole iceberg of explanation as to why there are, in fact, dumb questions. And they're the majority of what I hear on this. Hey, we encourage users of all levels to experience, ask many questions they feel necessary to get help and get them running safely. Just try it out, please. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad there's such a significant support structure for this stuff that I tweeted about this stream, and I talked to 4 people against my will about whether or not I could do this. They came out of the woodwork suddenly, right? That's the type of support that we got for that, and that's great to see. That's very comforting to me. I have been in kind of a ball of stress about this for a little while using up the remainder of my supplies in order to get sort of a buffer zone of these things going. I've had, you know, that thing in the back of your mind that goes, well, what if it's not compatible? What if you need to wait another couple months for them to program whatever the thing is that's going to allow you to use it? What if I do need to just run with my tail between my legs? How do I do that? How do I keep my level of control over my glucose levels during this weird time when I'm switching pumps and I'm compiling software and stuff like that? Having a support structure is very comforting for this sort of thing. So there are dumb questions, and then there are dumb chat questions. Oof. Oof. Oy, that is a Okay, anyway, this can go over a little bit like that. I need a marker on this screen for how wide I can do the browser. Okay, glossary, oh, acronyms, yeah. So we got a glossary for acronyms used in whatever the hell AAPS stands for. Go to find the term ISF or TT. That's just the type of Audi. Stand in for the more common longer terms. Generally with documentation, the way that we handled it for IED work that I did in like writing like about whatever the thing is, especially in like military stuff we'll type in all caps and just use every acronym right off the bat. For us, we had a wide audience, so what we had to do, and generally this is important for any technical documentation, is the first time in a document you use that acronym, spell it out with capital letters for each word, and then put the acronym in parentheses. Then from then on, you can just use it. That's an important thing to look for. We actually had automated tools that would look for that in the document. we had Microsoft Word scripts. If you want, I can get some of the AAPS devs in here. No. No. I'm not that popular. That's fine. Yeah, it's annoying when it's missing. Well, we know there's a glossary, so I'll just open that up in another window. When we were working on a buddy of mine, Julian's optoplex, whatever that friggin' synth that he had was. He had a synthesizer in here. We were replacing the analog, the amplifiers in it, right? The chips. We were replacing those chips. We had the devs in chat somehow, which was ridiculous. A little bit weird pressure from that, seeing as I'm just this hacky weirdo that's going into their device, heating up all the pins and then cracking their chip off of the PCB and replacing it with a different chip. We somehow had the devs in. I was like, why are the Scandinavians watching me? Anyway. For parents who want to build, that's not me, recommend the subsection Android APS for kids. Knifey spoon for kids. There you find more advanced information specifically tailored to learning, extraception, or remotely controlled. I assume that the peace of mind of being able to log into your phone and see if your kid's going hypoglycemic is fairly nice and probably one of the key pillars of this whole system right here. But we don't have to worry about that because I'm just this big dumb guy that's going to be using this thing on his own phone. Possibly with my doctor looking over my shoulder like one of those Jesus paintings. The porks are always watching. Oh no! That's what I get for streaming during the day. I like our European people here. It's nice to have a lot of perspectives. Now that you have a solid understanding of the concepts that Android APS uses, where did I get these are the concepts? All right. These were mostly just like warnings and stuff. Maybe I need to read the getting started subsection. I'm going to go for the next tools, APS. Familiar with there to go in case of emergencies, right time building the app. Subsection, how to install Android APS. Shows you this detail. Since the requirements are very different from anything you might have set up in the past, we recommend that you really follow the instructions. That's what we're going to do. Step by step the first few times you build the app. So you have a stronger sense of how the app building process. I'm never going to learn how to do this properly. Just be warned. App process is supposed to be behaving in all directions or followed exactly. Please remember, take your time. Mostly the reason that I'm going to be following steps is if I have any problems, the first thing that's going to be verified is that I followed the steps. So I need to be able to say, yes, I did all the things that I'm supposed to do. There's going to be, like, I just don't want to deal with the having to explain minutia when something goes wrong in a place where a lot of things can go wrong. Hopefully I won't be pinging help a lot. We'll see how that goes. I'll have video evidence of it. Well, what they're talking about is in the future, like in the future compiling it, eventually you might get comfortable enough that you kind of know how to do it on your own. I don't ever want to be that comfortable. And if like a new version comes out and I compile it, it's not going to be with video evidence. But at least for this first time, I'll be able to say, look at this part. The only problem is it's so extended. Like look at this hour of video for this 2-minute step. Greater chance of noticing when something doesn't go as planned before too many steps are out of line. That makes a lot of sense. It's important to save the your keystroke file. .joking JK's file to sign. Okay. Keystroke file to sign your app in a safe place so that you can always use that exact same key store file. Oh, key store. I read it keystroke. That's the save the your key store file. What about my keyster? Password. Each and every time you're asked to create a new updated version of the Android APS, the file makes each new version of the app remembers all the information that you provided it in previous version. Oh my god. Okay, okay. This is starting to get a little heady. So the JKS file is going on the file server where it'll be permanently supported. JKS2 file. So we'll probably need a folder in the project section of my file server. What do y'all think about people that have started using glucose monitors for general health just to be at optimal health? No signs of diabetes at all. I'm hearing about it more and more. Yeah, me too. And I've heard opinions all across that. People hate it. People are fine with it. I guess I don't care. It would be nice if the people who are using it for general health would drive the price down a little bit. This shit's expensive. This is like very expensive. You guys are looking at like some premium diabetes technology here. A lot of money goes into this, and it sucks. You know, this stuff shouldn't be that expensive. And it's all just because these fuckers have an ability to negotiate with insurance to get a lot more money out of the stuff. And we're seeing a very high level of technology here. And while it is worth a lot of money, the prices for this stuff right now is excessive. I don't know if there's any relief in sight for that too, because that's one of the things, like, you know, you can argue about insulin. This is all quality of life stuff. Insulin is the core of not dying, right? That one has the strong argument. It's all the rest of the durable medical goods that I wish would follow. And it's tough to argue about this stuff because this is like this is treated like it's kind of like you know, teeth or luxury bones for some reason. This is all luxury management and care. I can get relegated to injections, in which case my glucose levels will run higher, and then I am more susceptible to even more side effects from diabetes, including and not limited to the loss of my eyesight, which almost happened. So, like, can we please just get group bargaining on this fucking shit so we can bring these prices down to, like, fucking sane levels? Because I'm tired of it. I want this technology, and I want this technology to be affordable to people. Because it's not that crazy. This is all within the purview of stuff that we're able to do. I don't know. But anyway, other people using glucose monitors for their own private health and paying the exorbitant prices apart from insurance, I don't care. Like, I mean, if they sell more of these things, maybe the price could go down a little bit. I think if you want that level of health monitoring, I'm all for it. I don't think I have any issue with it because it's not like it's not like there's a set number of these devices in nature, you know? They'll just make more. So there's no supply issue with these things that I know of. I've heard $10 a vial for the Humalog, which has not changed formula in 20 years, and they suddenly released Aspart, which is also cheaper on paper, but exactly the same thing, but a slightly different formulation. Insulin's a weird thing, man. It's really, the more you look into it, the more annoyed you get. But, you know, the rest of us are just out here buying Xboxes every month in hope that we don't die. Anyway, Android APS file will make sure that each new version of the app remembers all the information that you've provided to it in previous versions of the app, and thus ensure all the updates will go as smoothly as possible. So it's like a big settings file. Okay. Yeah, that's what Aspart is doing, I guess. It's just a minor formulary change with no efficacy change that makes, for some reason, gives them the excuse to lower the price They can change the formula all they want. I would rather they lower the price to realistic. I for the longest time, I was like an indentured servant to whatever job that I would be doing, because it's like, I want to get fired. I don't lose my insurance. And then I lost my insurance right when I was about to buy a house. And I put all that money in my bank account into the shitty insurance that I got through that job that fired me. And then I was able to go on the public health care plan after draining my account. It's great. I love it. I love modern society. On average, you can assume that there will be 1 new version and 2 to 3 required updates per year. All right, so I have to stay fairly active with this, huh? That's all right. I can do that. I like to live my life like I don't have diabetes sometimes, but I guess I gotta check in on this stuff a lot. So I'm gonna be more active in a number of ways due to this stuff. Numbers based on experience may change in the future. Yeah. I do want to at least give you a general guideline on what to expect. This is all very reasonable. When you're more experienced at building updated Android apps after version, all the steps that are required in building the update app will only take 15 to 30 minutes on average. However, well, if you're streaming it, it's 15 to 30 minutes is an entire stream. 15 to 30 minutes of actual work is, we barely get through that here. In the beginning, I once had a senior design project where we were putting sensors on people dancing on stage, and we let one of the group members that we were a little wary of start writing the report. Everything looked great. All the subsections and stuff were all organized nicely. There were figures throughout the document. Then we read the first paragraph, and it went, in the beginning, mankind, and we're like, we're putting sensors on dancers. What are you talking about here? We're not rewriting the fabric of society. Why just start there? I'm sipping on a full sugar Baja Blast right now without giving a single shit because of looping. That's like the 3rd person that I've ever heard brag about that, about looping like that, and that's fucking wild. What the hell? What? You understand I'd gain 4 pounds if I had that level of sugar. All right. Well, that's kind of exciting. I gotta see about that. I would be very excited about that. What the hell is looping? You've been here for this long and you know what looping is? You son of a bitch. This is looper, and looping is what we're getting into here. Yeah, this is the auto pancreas system. So that closing the loop means hooking the glucose monitoring sensor up to the pump in such a way that I don't need to participate anymore. And I'm not sure if I can achieve that because my insulin sensitivity is ridiculous. I'm ridiculously not sensitive to insulin. You have to basically like beat down my body with insulin in order to get it to respond. So I zone out and zone in. That's okay. Yeah, there's a revolving door on Twitch, and that's one of the reasons why projects go this slow, is that very effect. I can't blame you guys for being like that. I have to do all this, but you guys can tune in and out, and so I'll continue to update you guys on what we're doing and why we're doing it. That's just how it works. There are plugins for dealing with wild ISF. One of the big things that came out of my participation, I've limited participation in like chat rooms and stuff for diabetes. I did the Reddit diabetes IRC for a little while, and I'm in on the Discord and stuff, but I don't participate. I come in and out. One of the big things that I discovered from doing that, because like I think this all started when my parents were like, we could send you to diabetic camp, and I'm like, I don't want to go to a concentration camp. But anyway, they were going to do that, and I was like, no, I don't really participate socially with a lot of the diabetic stuff. I've been much better about that more recently in my life. And yeah, diabetic camp. Actually, a lot of the people from the Reddit diabetes IRC were in diabetics camps, and they're fostering good relationships and people who have similar complaints and stuff like that, you know? The reaching out and communicating with other people with diabetes has been a big deal for me lately. In that, I've discovered that all of the stuff that they yelled at me for, everybody's dealt with. A lot of diabetics have dealt with this stuff, and I'm not all that special. My insulin sensitivity might not be all that notable, considering, because like, you know, following people on Twitter, they're talking about how long a bottle of insulin lasts, and I'm like, no, that's me too. So I don't know if I have ridiculous ISF. I don't know if I need that plugin. We'll see. We'll see where we get with that. Hold on, I need to narrow my, no. Do a little bit of this. There we go. Now I know. Yeah, all the Wilford Brimley stuff. I love the line from Red Letter Media talking about how Wilford Brimley was still alive. And they were like, that guy's still alive. He makes diabetes seem like the common cold. If you get into a system where you've got decent management of your glucose levels, yeah, diabetes, it sucks. It's a terrible, I never should have checked the little diabetes box when I was filling out the forms, I was like, yeah, I'll have diabetes. That's fine. That's a good choice in life. Making that choice is very expensive for me, so I wouldn't recommend it for anybody else. But yeah, when you get into like a good routine of control and stuff like that, it gets easier, to exist. But every now and then it'll throw you a loop, like, oh, you're sitting down this afternoon? Welcome to glucose hell. I don't think I gained int for the debuff. I don't think stats work like that anymore. All right, let's get back over here to what we were reading. But yeah, welcome, Nastronaut. Yeah, this stream is going through the documentation. I was hoping we would be able to get to a point where we're working with hardware, but what the documentation has been telling me on repeat is that this is complicated, and it's going to take us a little bit to get up to speed with this, which is totally acceptable and fine. The reason that I'm here is that I decided to go with the Omnipod 5. I was able to keep my level of equipment and control through, the generosity of the state that I live in. I was able to continue using these systems. My warranty for the T-Slim is up. I decided to go with something new that's coming out, the Omnipod 5. So I went out and I bought a new cell phone, and that cell phone's not supported. It's not supported by their official apps, in addition to the fact that you need to lock your phone down and turning it into a beeping dynamo, much like this T-Slim is. The beeping of the T-Slim is comedic. So I have decided, and after, it's about time, to go with the open source tools. I've been sort of vaguely familiar with some of the open source tools. I built a friend of mine, one of the little interceptor devices at one point. That was way before I started streaming. I'm a hardware guy, not a software guy. So we're going through this. We're going through the documentation. I've been vaguely familiar with what looping is, but I'm coming at this from a fresh perspective. And so my back is against the wall. This is the only software that I can use that'll run all of this technology that I now have. It sucks. I could go back to T-Slim if I really need to, but it doesn't look like that's going to be it doesn't look like that's going to be needed. We just need to go through this stuff a little bit so that I can learn what I'm up against. So we used to have a lot of asthma camps and other specialized summer camps in my area during the 80s and 90s. Yeah, that's probably the same thing. My folks were probably told by an endo about diabetes camp because your kid can't manage his diabetes, all right? Just send him over here. No, instead I was the weirdo who had to have milk from the cafeteria at night at camp. But yeah, this is supposedly, according to the two people that have now come in here and bragged in my face, this is just disrespectfully, they're like, you fucking idiot. We don't have to do any of that. We could eat a cupcake. And then they did it in front of me. They ate a cupcake in front of me and I was crying. You guys were there. You saw it. But anyway, two people have now come in and said, this is amazing. Like it's basically the holy grail, which is not having to think about every single food item that you're looking at. Every single food item. Beep, boop, beep. This is the number of units that I need to take for that. Everything I look at. But have you looped before? Bro, do you loop? The streamer doesn't even know. He doesn't even loop. Look at this non-looping bro. The sleep is even better. Don't even start. I'm not gonna have to wake up with a bladder full of sugar piss. What a loser! Oh god, now they're actually getting into it. Insulin sensitivity. It does make looping a little bit more involved, but I have the same problem, and it's awesome. That's really nice to hear. Yeah, because these things are 200 units. I think a lot of what's going to change about the way I live my life is probably smaller hoagies. I was about to say fewer, and I changed it to smaller hoagies. Maybe not so many cheesesteaks in the tank over here. I gotta reduce the amount of carbohydrates that I'm eating. I gotta fast more. I'm gonna fast multiple days a week, and use less insulin, and that'll make this a little bit more easy for me as somebody who is basically 100 pounds overweight. I got to do all this stuff. Looping feels like how Weed Bros describe special strands. I was looping so hard that I was floating in a sea of stars. I had hoagie for lunch, and now I'm drinking a Baja Blast. The hype is real. Damn it! I need to do this faster. Okay, let's get back to reading. I'm gonna stop being boisterous and loud. Roommates are gonna think I'm getting assaulted. And I am, verbally, in a safe place, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, store the joking file in a safe place. New updated, we got through that. You can assume that there will be only, 2-3 updates per year. So I'm gonna have to kind of keep my finger on the pulse of that. I'm bad at doing that. In the beginning, there can be a rather steep learning curve. I understand that. These steps are not always considered intuitive by new users. Well, we've gone through a couple different softwares, a couple different API kind of stuff. I think we can handle this, right? So do not get frustrated. That's impossible. That's literally impossible. That's why I'm here. Like, I'm here to get frustrated and be funny while I'm doing it. Hopefully. I mean, maybe some of you guys. I like Bother because he's so serious all the time. I don't think that's me, but don't get frustrated. I can't make that promise. At least these guys don't sugarcoat the benefits. Kappa. Ugh. Well, if the tech bros aren't being sarcastic, they're gonna be punny. So I can tolerate punny better. Code it in punny honey. Honey, punny. Money. Anyway, if you find that it takes half a day or a whole day with some help from the community because you're finally finished the update process and getting you frustrated, just take a short break. Just die. Just go ahead and die. That's basically what it was like when I was looking up the stuff for my pump. It's like, yeah, we don't support that phone, so you could just go die. And I'm like, okay. Bet. Oftentimes, after a stroll around the block or two, I'd be punching people. You find you better able to approach blah, 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 blah. People do get very frustrated, and it's interesting that they had to put an advice in here about how to lower your blood pressure and not be a total incendiary asshole to the community that's potentially providing you with help. I understand this. I get this. I get why this is here. We've also compiled a list of questions and answers to most of the typical errors that are likely to occur in the first few updates located within the facts section. How to install Android APS. We're about to venture into that realm that provide additional information in the troubleshooting subsection. I'm going to read that again because none of that sunk in. Q&A, typical errors that are likely occurred, the first few updates located within the facts section. So I need to go to the facts section. Did I open that up? Glossary, safety. No, I didn't open that up. How to install Android APS provides additional information, subsection, troubleshooting. We got to basically become an expert in this, so there's a lot of stuff that we still need to do. Properly integrate each of the various different separate components into Android APS. Whoa, that was a hiccup. As well as how to set them up to work as seamlessly as possible. So we got to put components together in order to get this thing. Oh boy, this is a lot of stuff. So we're not doing smartwatches. I don't even know if I need Night Scout. I probably do. But we have Xdrip, CGM, pump, phone. Oh. Sensor values control the insulin pump are particularly important information to understand the subsection configuration. Describes, oh, that's going to be an important one. Using Android APS. There's like a list of things that we need to, like steps that we need to go down. So I'm just like reading the whole first page to get to know what we need to do. I guess this is just warning us of all the stuff that we're going to need to be putting together, right? Android APS usage, in which you're slowly introduced to the full usage of what Android Auto Pancreas system has to offer via a safe and carefully calibrated step-by-step gradual process designed to make sure that you or your child, my boy, where is my boy? My son? Son? I don't have a son. Oh my God. All right, anyway. Where's my boy? Is he safe? Thoroughly familiar and comfortable navigating all the different levels of menu configurations before graduating on to the next phase. What I do like is that they have done this. They have a gradual introduction because boy howdy, not everybody's a software developer, right? Not everybody's going to be on that level, and not everybody has worked with this system for multiple different years. So it is nice to see that they have a gradual introduction process. Hey, and guess what? This is free. People did this for free. They put this together for free. They make sure it works with people who have kids for free. My insurance didn't cover the training material for this pump. They wouldn't allow that. This is free. Like, oh, man. Each commonly referred to as the next objective have experienced more advanced options available with the app. These objectives are specifically designed in such a way to gradually unlock more possibilities. I'm going to have EXP that I can earn. Open source makes the world go round. Ah, man, it's crazy. Android APS switch from open loop to closed loop. Okay. After that, general hints with information on how to deal with the crossing of time zones, as well as knowing what to do during the spring forward fallback daylight savings times changes, which occur twice a year. Man, you know, we almost did it. If politicians could actually do their jobs, but actually as a subset of politicians not doing their job, we almost got rid of DST. Or we almost got rid of standard time and went with DST, which is more accurate to where we are in terms of where the sun is. Man, freaking Benjamin Franklin is still haunting us as a ghost. Well, he's probably still haunting the human species as a strand of DNA that, like, he was the real father of this country. He had so many illegitimate children. But anyway, Ben Franklin is still haunting us with this freaking daylight savings time crap. this crap that we got to deal with. Very close. We were very close. We got it in as a technicality, and now it's sitting on another legislative body that's not going to do anything with it. Man alive, would it be nice to get rid of the time shift, because it's when everybody gets confused about my streaming schedule. All right, there's a subsection for clinicians. Neat. Finally, the subsection, how to help. I might dump them a bunch of money as a donation, to be honest, depending on my experience with the remainder of this thing. But so far, I'm on board. This should be capitalized. We'd like to provide you the information so that you're finally able to suggest small or large changes to documentation work together, blah, 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 how to participate. That's neat. By the way, it's also helpful for everyone if you could provide links to the corresponding documentation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Don't be shy. No guarantees. Change language. Getting started. What do I need? Module. APKs. So this is where I was in my reading with my, cell phone in the mornings. I have actually read all of this before. I felt the need to read it again, kind of internalize it. So for more details, please read on here. What do we need to do? I mean, there's the safety first from the docs. That's basically, it's like, get the language right. Safety first. What is a closed loop system? Now, I don't know how much of this stuff we really need to go through. I've sort of already laid out what our system is. APS is a tool to help you manage diabetes, not a fully automated system. So you need to participate in it. Do not assume that Android APS will never make mistakes. That's one of the primary things, is that this technology will take your brain away from the device, but don't assume that it's perfect. Man, people with normal pancreases are, man, you guys don't even have to think about this, huh? This device is taking control of your insulin delivery. Watch it all the time, understand how it works and how to interpret its actions. One of the things that I didn't mention was the encryption stuff, what I was talking about earlier. The reason that everybody suddenly had a knee-jerk reaction, they started to hack insulin pumps and take it over, right? Yeah, having seasoned loopers in the chat is going to be my biggest, that's my ace in the hole. You guys don't feel obligated to stick around. If you leave, that's fine. It's okay. But it's interesting that I've got a couple seasoned loopers already. One of the things that I was talking about here was back in the day, diabetics, seeing as we're just normal people, right? We're not dumb. Why do you guys always assume that I'm dumb? Anyway, they were starting to hack into these devices because none of this stuff was, I'm back from using plasma to shut down my neighborhood's power grid. Oh my God. When I had for like one day, I had a little Tesla coil here, and it blew up the touch device that I use to control my lighting. and I'm sitting here with a touchscreen insulin pump. Yeah, I don't mess with sparks on the stream, or ever. Anyway, what I was talking about is insulin pumps. For a little while, people were starting to hack them, and they were starting to get the over-the-air signals and take advantage of that. And so all of the pump companies, as a knee-jerk reaction, decided to mega encrypt all of their wireless signals. The front that they used in order to do that was a hacker. There was a great article. It had the person with the laptop and wearing the face mask going, "Ha, we're in." And it was like, hackers can hack into your insulin pump and assassinate diabetics. Well, the reality of that is that if somebody hacked into my insulin pump and gave a huge bolus, I'd be like, "Ooh, I'm feeling a little funny. What's going on?" And I look at the pump and it goes, "Yeah, I just gave you like 25 units." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And then I go get orange juice, right? Like that's the reality of hacking. But they use that as a front in order to encrypt everything wireless related to diabetes. So, anyway, crazy stuff. Anyway, okay, understand how it works and make sure that your pump doesn't kill you. That's always nice. Remember that once paired, the phone can instruct the pump to do anything. Only use this phone for Android APS and, if being used by a child, essential communications. Do not install unnecessary apps or games. Listen, I had enough of this from Insulet. Anyway, which could introduce such as Trojans, viruses, or bots that could interfere with the system. Well, that's true. That's true. You got to be a little careful. All security updates provided by your phone manufacturer and Google. I already do that. Might also need to change your diabetes habits to change your therapy by using a closed-loop system, i.e. some people report that they need less hypo treatments as Android APS has already reduced insulin. Well, I'm kind of already there. I'm already somewhat closed-loop with the tandem stuff, so I'm already used to this. I don't know, man. Hoodies versus hats. Well, you know, the internet has already tainted the fedora, which I'm fine with. I don't care. But I guess they're not wearing fedoras anymore, huh? Android APS allows you to control a child's phone remotely via text message. I don't need that. Blah, 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 via SMS. Android APS will also inform you by text message if your remote commands. Okay, well, we're not going to be doing that. Can also be used by blind people. There are a lot of blind diabetics, and that's why one of the major things that's been holding back the sort of industrial design of diabetic products for a long time has been the fact that it does need to cater to people with very, very bad eyesight. So for a long time, all of the technology that we diabetics got was 10 to 20 years behind sort of the modern design elements, and it all had big, spongy, gross buttons on it. My old glucometer used to have a magnified LCD and big, squishy buttons on the whole thing. Oh, man, it was irritating as hell. So I'm very glad to have the ability to control this thing solely with the phone. It'll turn me, you know, I don't have to pull out, like, Fisher-Price diabetes management equipment so that people can oogle. Talkback is part of the operating system. That's kind of cool. What the hell is that emote, Groovy? Who is that? Mispronunciation. It's like a cat, but it's rotating on a weird axis. All right, anyway. We users create the Android APS apps ourselves with Android Studio. Many use Microsoft Windows for this purpose. Where there is a screen reader analogous to TalkBack, since Android Studio is a Java application, the Java Access Bridge component must be enabled in the control panel. Well, I don't really need it to talk to me. Oh, the screen reader, the PC, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. I don't need that. Safety notice. Yeah. Important to only use the original supplies such as inserts, cannulas, and insulin. Okay. Last but not least, you must not take SGLT2 inhibitors. Gilfalazins. Oh my God, what? And calculately lower blood sugars. The combination with a system that lowers basal rates in order to increase blood glucose is especially dangerous, is due to the gilfalazin. This rise in BG might not happen, and a dangerous state lack of insulin can happen. So I do actually have to be careful. This is something that I got to be careful with. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, there's a next page. I didn't know that. This is a long page. Oh, no, it wasn't. This is just one safety first page. Next. All right, what is a closed loop system? And of course, we've got like targeting systems up here. Wait, what headset is that? I can't really read the... Anyway, they're just explaining... They're explaining what a closed loop system is. It's basically calculating error from a set point. You have a desired set point, you have a measurement, and then you have an error between that, and sort of the system helps use that error along with some time elements in order to regulate itself. PWM does this, a closed loop feedback system does this. If you're Disney and you're trying to make a robot that's supposed to get into a particular position and actually have natural movement, you actually have a double feedback system. You have multiple loops there feeding back in order to basically move to a set point and then put the brakes on that movement in particular ways. One is time dependent and the other one is dependent on the immediate position of what's going on. It's my major in college. It's something that I've worked on quite a bit. And it's not something that I fully grasp anymore because I've kind of forgotten a lot of the math. But yeah, there's a lot of very advanced math that goes into closed loop control systems. And those closed loop control systems operate a lot of stuff in life, and a lot of the conveniences in life. They're very cool. Yeah, it's not a PID. But I'm just describing, because the people here know PID. We've worked on a lot of PID systems in our time, piece in our time. But yeah, anyway. Does not do the complete job. Does not give the possibility of the pilot to sleep through the entire flight. Oh, sleeping through the entire flight. Is that just being in a coma? It facilitates the work of the pilot. Actually, to be fair, flight systems are so advanced now that they could. But nobody trusts AI landing system. Release into the burn permanently model. Yeah, okay, so this is all analogies on what exactly this thing's going to do. Same applies to artificial pancreas. Does not do the whole job. It's the same warning again. You might think that that's a fairly important warning, and it is. Yeah. In a closed loop, you can't just forget that you forget your diabetes. Oh, I'll never be able to forget it. Yeah, people don't want to know. Yeah, exactly. That a program from the 70s is actually landing their plane. Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of automated stuff that you just can't. You can't tell people that there's a system that'll take off and land all on its own. You'll get a little nervous about that. Basically, the pilot is there. I mean, pilots nowadays do exactly what I'm going to be doing with this. Oh, not you again with your weirdo emotes. That emote is cursed. Okay, anyway. Just so you don't want to get on a plane where only the autopilot flies. I'm sorry to tell you guys that... Yeah, all right. Blah, 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 blah. Open source artificial... Obviously, I'm going to be monitoring this a lot as I transition into it, just by virtue of the fact that that's how I've been managing my diabetes right now. You know, I still got to tell it that I'm going to eat a pizza tonight. And I'm going to eat a pizza tonight, believe me. I'm going to get a pepperoni pizza. That's what I'm going to get. Someone's got to tell people the temperature at the place you're about to land at so that people know when to clap. Please clap. Please. I need to clap when the airplane lands. Like Tomato told a story during his cursed stream yesterday about being on the tarmac for 14 hours or something like that. I think he was in one of those events where the plane gets stuck, but he was in first class. I have gotten stuck on a plane in Bermuda. I think it was Bermuda, where it was so hot out they had to change a tire. So they brought the airplane to a certain part of the tarmac and tried to jack it up, and the jack sunk into the tarmac. That's how hot it was. So the jack was sinking into the tarmac, and so they had to pull us over to a concrete pad. And so we didn't get air condition on that airplane. It was sweltering. Absolutely fucking sweltering. I had to basically sit there and just, you know, think of like ocean waves and have... Basically, it was like what I do in order to manage pain. You know, like when I get that bag of blood drawn because of the hemochromatosis. I get a bag of blood drawn, and often the nurse is like treating me like I'm like they're under the hood of a car. They're just like poking around with a needle, like digging around, like I can't seem to find anything. You're like a stone. And I'm just sitting here with like all of my pain mechanisms just peaking, right? I'm somewhere else. I'm thinking about something else. That's what I had to do on that plane. I had to get into a mental state. I had to go into like a meditative state in order to survive the cramped and swelteringly humid temperatures that we were subject to. Anyway, that's what the pilot's for. What? That doesn't make any sense. No, I wasn't hearing the pumping of blood in my ears. No, I don't get like that. The best thing that I can do is I do weird math, or I just think of something else completely. Weird math is usually the one that does me the best. Like, sometimes I'll count the dots in the ceiling tiles, but if I add like sevens in my head, then typically I'll be able to distract myself away from some kind of pain. That's been the best thing for me. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. Okay, so Android smartphone for calculation and control of your insulin pump. This is the documentation. This isn't a lot of reading. Artificial pancreas can't do the job as biological. Type 1 diabetes, easier to manage, use the device, software, simple, safe. The device includes a continuous glucose monitor. Yes, we know that. The app community, this is very basic. I thought this would get a little bit more into it. Open APS, thousands of users accumulated. A note of caution, APS is not regulated by any medical authority in any country. See, they tell you that. Using Android APS is essentially carrying out a medical experiment on yourself. Is that against Twitch toss? Is that toss? If I'm doing a medical experiment on myself. Hey chat, I'm gonna do a medical experiment. Let's plug this thing into the API. Maybe we can plug it into the Twitch API. We can do a medical, yeah, only if I fail, then it counts as harm. Chat, I'm gonna do a medical experiment. Setting up the system requires determination and technical knowledge. Well, I got some of those. You don't have the technical know-how at the beginning. You will by the end. Oh, is that a threat? All the information you need can be found in this document elsewhere online or from other users who have already done it. We got a couple hanging out in chat, and they're probably frustrated about how slow this is going. But you know, some Facebook groups or other forums, many people have successfully built Android APS. So why can't you? Why aren't you able to do this, you fuck? And are now using it entirely safely, but essentially that's every user. Yeah, for enough channel points, I'll drop dead. Actually, it's against toss to die, so I'm not allowed to do that. I'll get my channel will get deleted if I die, so I really don't want to. We're really going to try to avoid that. Build the system themselves, blah, 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 adjust the individual dosage algorithm. See, the algorithm is the thing that I'm most curious about, and there's the settings inside of it are going to be fairly complicated. Especially if we skip those safety steps of having to like level up into the skills. So that's why I'm reticent about that. We'll see where we get with that. Do hot tub streamers constantly being in water count as medical experiment? No, that actually counts as a food stream because they're making soup. Maintains and monitors the system to ensure it's working properly. I can do that. Primary goals. How to start. Okay, so that's just a little like rehash there. Where were we? Default settings are decent and shouldn't kill you. Shouldn't asterisk kill you. Okay. Yeah, I know if you start it off and you're hyperglycemic, there's some tricks to getting it to not like be weird. Just be cool, man. Yeah, maybe safety first. What's closed loop? See, so today, what's the course of today going to be? I'm going to be done stream, and then it'll be late at night. I will have ordered a pizza before ending the stream, and the pizza will get here, and I don't want to be on this thing when the pizza gets here. I'd like to start this thing maybe on Monday, actually start using it. Yeah, I got a haircut. It's not a good haircut. It's just the guy literally charged me more because I had such a volume of hair. I just spend like $40 to get a haircut, and he literally just went, and then he was done. So I don't know, man. I guess if it works out, Iron Chef's secret ingredient, streamer water. Blah. All right. What an asshole. Yeah, well, whatever. He had a lot of hair to deal with. But I'm not sure if I'm going to be starting this thing today. You know, I've got a little bit of supplies for the T-Slim that I can still sort of ape off of. And if I need to level up the APS, maybe I want to do that. I don't know. I don't know how I want to do this. My old phone had a lot of trouble connecting with Bluetooth, and so I want to make sure that all that stuff is okay. I don't know where we're going to, yeah, where exactly we go with that. Hey, what's up, TurboNad? You missed quite a lot of reading that we've been doing. We've got a lot of diabetics here today. Ugh. Gross. What am I doing hanging out with all these diabetics? Ugh. I literally have a tag on the stream that's T1D. I've had that for a while. No, what we're doing is we're looking at the Android Auto Pancreas system. So we're looking at an upgrade to my phone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? You say don't start today, but once you do, you're going to be like, wow, I should have started 5 years ago. God damn it. I know. I know this already. I know I'm behind the... I basically started using the T-Slim, and I've just been steadily using it. So I've been ignoring the state of the art here. And I'm happy to be jumping into this thing late. This is like being an early adopter. Like, I don't want to be... the tandem... Like, this thing has been out for like a month or two. I am very nervous about being an early adopter of this thing. Man. Lurky lurk. I saw you were doing flight sim stuff. I wanted to watch, but we're not that bad. We're very sweet. Ah, you fuck. All right, anyway. Moving on. Safety first, closed loop system, blah, blah, blah. Pump choices. Well, we already chose. No. What is Dana R? This is what I'm talking about with the design of diabetes management systems. This one looks like a fairly old one, but this could be the latest and greatest. Dana RS. If you have the Dana RS launched in 2017. Let's look at what they've done in 2017. It looks exactly the fucking same. This is what I'm talking about with diabetes care and management products. It has a monochromatic LCD that might have backlighting if you're lucky. It's got Indiglow from 1992. The buttons are soft and spongy because it needs to be a partially waterproof device. And it is round on both of the sides because it is powered by a AA battery and the reservoir is round. This is where the T-Slim stood out a little bit from its brethren. The T-Slim stands out because it is a square pump with a touch screen, so it's up to at least early 2000s technology, that has a drawn inject reservoir that's able to take a different shape from a circle, right? It does have Bluetooth, which is dank, so no Riley link or orange link. Yeah, that's the big thing about the system that I'm using and the system that, and this is that, well, okay, yes, I understand. TurboNad is, I love the stuff he does, because he does stuff in sort of that quick, low-tech way that I love to do things. You know, if a block of wood is going to work, why not screw a block of wood to it? You know, that kind of thing. I love that. But so this thing is, you know, minimalistic. I think this one is cheap. It's functional. It works. But from my perspective, from somebody who likes technology, it's just, you know, monochromatic LCD and spongy buttons that will fail after a couple billion cycles. It is waterproof. It does do its job. I can't complain about that. I'm just saying that in general, this is sort of the state of the technology that we've had for decades with diabetes. So now things like the Bluetooth-enabled Omnipod and my own cell phone, we can actually use stuff that looks modern. You know? Looks like a prop from a 90s space movie. Yeah, like this is on the side of like the gun. So this is just what I'm talking about. For those of you who don't have diabetes, who don't really know this kind of stuff, medical appliances, medical hardware can lag significantly behind sort of the state of, you know, design in general. This one actually has an illuminated LED display, which is probably primarily what they were advertising when they made the pump. Anyway, so Dash Bluetooth. Well, everybody thought that I had the Arrows, so they were talking about my erotic pump. But I don't have the Arrows. these omnipods, the new omnipod AAPS generation, not dash component that will interpret blah 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 blah. Here's the thing, these are not Bluetooth, so you need to look at some of these things, and I built one of these for a friend of mine, but they've come a long way since I was familiar with them. $175, and you get this waterproof like container that has you know, battery door, but it also has the radio stuff that is needed to communicate back and forth with all of your stuff. It looks like a Tamagotchi. It's also a Tamagotchi. Well, it's a Tamagotchi, but you are the Tamagotchi. So if it dies because you didn't feed it, it's bad, because I mean, you're dead. But anyway, so this is the Intercept device that I was talking about before. This is the We Will Not Wait people, and other you know, clever maker people creating technology that's going to basically do a man in the middle. It's basically just doing a man in the middle. Orange Link is also AirPod size. Ah, there we go. That gives us an idea. So this is what everybody thought initially when I was getting assaulted, verbally assaulted by diabetics, because I had the audacity of mentioning that I was going to work on diabetes stuff today. They all came at me and they started like fucking attacking me, and I was crying. I was just tears, and I couldn't even see the keyboard. I was just typing and trying to keep them off my back, but they were like threatening me. No, anyway, I had a couple people come out of the woodwork and talk to me about like what I was going to do and whether or not it was possible. They thought that I was talking about this pump, which is almost exactly the same. Yeah, 433 megahertz. Yeah, it's not all that technically crazy. It's like the kind of stuff that you buy from like a hobby place in order to run your RC car, you know? 433. I can't believe that they were using that frequency for diabetes management stuff. Now they're on Bluetooth Low Energy though. So I don't need this device. I don't need the man in the middle. I have Omnipod 5, but not Dash. It's so new, it's not really in the documentation yet. If we use the latest and greatest software though, we will have support for it, because it is Bluetooth Low Energy. It's not the whatever the hell this thing is, the erotic insulin pump one, the AddOhms. Why would they call it AddOhms? It's like the worst. Why would you call it AddOhms? Why? Insulet, what are you doing? Insulet's the company that makes the Omnipod. So it's like Omnipod AddOhms generation. Yeah, 433 we're very familiar with around here. Oh, it's an Interland name? I don't know what that, oh, internal, sorry. There's a typo, and reading comprehension is greater than me. 868 916. Yeah, we know all those bands here. As a bunch of crazy maker people who build all kinds of bullshit, we're very familiar with those. I actually have a 433 megahertz thing that Twisted Sister sent me. No, I think I put it away. It's in a bin somewhere. I probably have 433 capability somewhere within this. Okay, see you later, tape. Thank you for participating. That was a drop, by the way. Somewhere within this bin. More than likely, I have 433 stuff here. These 433 for my remote lights. I went to Tasmota for all my lights, so now they're all on my local Wi-Fi. My 868 megahertz pump is illegal. What? It interfered. Bank alarm systems. Oh my God. So I could take my radar detector and detect diabetes that are walking by. Diabetes. Look at that diabetes over there, the diabetics that are walking by. Oh my God, that's wild. Yeah, the realm of RF has a lot of very strict laws that are not enforced. There were also cybersecurity warnings for the AddOhms. I fucking hate that hackers are going to get into your insulin pump and make you uncomfortable for a moment and have to maybe trouble somebody for some orange juice. Like, the range on this crap is not notable. Somebody would have to literally, it would have to be window cat. Literal window cat would have to come into this window right here with a little laptop and go, hack into my pump and give me insulin. And then I'd be like, I am feeling low. What's going on? Look at the pump, and whoa, it gave me 25 units, the limit of what it's able to give me. Man, that sucks. I gotta go drink orange juice, and then I'd go drink orange juice, and that would be the end of it. But then cybersecurity got their friggin' tendrils into it. They got their tendrils into it and said, you encrypt everything. And then all the looper people were like, fuck. And so now there's a very limited amount of stuff that works. So anyway, we are technically an Omnipod dash. We're technically an Omnipod dash. The difference between the dash and the pump that I have is the color of this piece right here. It's blue on a dash pod. Blue, this tongue right here, this thing is just to block that automated needle, the little thorn that can come out of this thing. So this guy right here, the only difference between this one and the one that we see on the screen in the other scene is that it's got a different color thing here. You know, that would be very nice. Bluetooth Low Energy actually has standardizations for medical devices, insulin control devices, and under the Bluetooth Low Energy specification, there are specific guidelines for glucose monitoring devices. That's all in there. It's in the Bluetooth Low Energy spec. So I think that's as close to what you're talking about. So yeah, this little guy right here, clear tongue. That's it. That's the only difference. It's the same thing. The Dash comes with its own shitty cell phone that they've sort of made work with all this stuff. 20 years ago, I worked for a worked as a contractor for a company to migrate their Java stuff to ATL.com objects. What the hell's that? They got mad at me when I found an off by one, blah, blah, blah. They got mad at me when I found an off by one bug in their insulin pump reporting code. What? Whoa, wow, what are those words? They're strung together, and I kind of understand what you're talking about. Talk to me like baby, okay? What is all that ICMSA? Are those regulations? Makers of the Dana R and RS helped AAPS hack their pumps. See, that's fucking awesome. Insulet was not unfriendly. So I told the story earlier, before maybe when Cluck J had stepped out for a minute. The history of the Omnipod is kind of very interesting. And when I first started streaming about 4.5 years ago, yeah, it's really cool that they're doing that. And I think that's amazing. ID for the issued warnings. Oh, I'm glad I've never gotten those warnings. Back in the day when Insulet encrypted their stuff, and I've got the paper, it's somewhere in my documentation. I don't have the link to the paper anymore, but there's like a research paper about it, and it's one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen. Basically, the Omnipod is it's a circuit board with a couple watch batteries on it and a clockwork mechanism that advances a plunger using a piece of memory wire, right? So it heats up that memory wire and it clicks over the clock mechanism in order to give you it basically fists the, this gesture, this is my plunger syringe gesture. I don't have an example that I could do that's not that. So we'll just do this for the example because I don't have anything that I could use to display to you what a plunger is like. Anyway, it continues to advance a plunger that gives you insulin using that very low voltage heating mechanism that does a little clockwork, right? That's the cool part. The not cool part was when they encrypted all of the fucking sarcomotes. The not cool part is when they encrypted all the wireless signals from their very rudimentary looking PDA-like device that used to control the Omnipod. They had like pretty heavy encryption on it. And so there was a $30,000 bounty that I was like, ooh, maybe I could get that. And I actually went to some of the people that Cluck, I'm going to call you Cluck, that Cluck knows to try to get some old Omnipods that I could potentially try to reverse engineer. I was not able to do this because I was outclassed so completely that it was basically I turned in my badge and gun. I got bodied by a research organization on this thing. What they did in order to get the wireless encryption, basically the numbers out of this thing that would allow them to have like a wireless signal intercept, they took the chip, the microcontroller. This was a custom microcontroller created specifically for Omnipod. Because Omnipod, you know, us diabetics are replacing these things every 2 to 3 days, right? So they're going to be manufacturing a lot of these motherfuckers. And so when you're manufacturing a lot of devices that have their own microcontroller, you can go to the company and go, we need a couple features, and that would lower costs significantly. So the features that they eventually baked into the microcontroller are things like high current MOSFETs that can do that memory wire thing. That's the kind of stuff. They have the sort of the external control and battery management stuff sort of baked into the processor, which is very cool. It makes it a very efficient device and very cheap. So what they did in order to get to that protocol, first they look up the chip and they go, well, this is a non-standard, but it looks a lot like this other microcontroller. Can we get to the programming pins to get any of the data off of it? No? Okay. How do we get the data off of it? What they did is decapped the chip. Yeah, it's an ASIC, application-specific integrated circuit. What they did is they took the chip, a little chippy thingy. All right, let's just use let's use an ESP Wemos as an example. As an example, because I haven't started using this pump yet, so I don't have an old one. When we have an old one, I'll have a better example for this. But like, this is really cool. Like this little guy right here. Okay, where am I? Let's do a multi view. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Ah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so let's pretend, right? We have this ASIC here, and we need to get the data off of it. What they ended up doing was what's called decapping the chip. Now, we've done that before using abrasive stuff, right? But what they did is they used acid to decap it. It's the best way to decap it because you don't mechanically harm anything. Sometimes the chip sits in like an open bubble in the chip, and you can, like the actual silicon die sits in like a little bubble in the chip, so you can like sand off until you get to it. But what they did is they used chemicals to melt away all of this epoxy that surrounds the chip, right? Then they stopped it, cleaned it off, highly engineered, piss off techie diabetics, buy our shitty features for $6,000 and said, ugh. Yeah, so they decap the chip, right? So now they have access to the die, right? Because they locked down the ability to actually get code out of it. You can't just download what's programmed into the microcontroller anymore. So what they did is they zoomed way in. I can't do microscopy right now without significant setup. Okay, yeah, why is everything loose? Oh my God. Anyway, they zoomed way in. They zoomed way in on the die. And what they were able to do is put that picture of the die into MATLAB. MATLAB is a computing software suite. You'll hear them advertised on NPR a lot. It was basically, my entire education was learning how to use MATLAB in a specific way. MATLAB is like the ultimate math software, and it's freaking crazy, the stuff that you can get away with MATLAB. So what they ended up doing, yeah, well, there's one method for bouncing a laser off of the fuse bits in order to download. They didn't do that. What they did is they used MATLAB and a scan of a couple of the chips in order to get a hex dump. They literally visually looked at the memories, like the actual transistors that make up the memory of the chip in order to get ones and zeros out of it. And there's a whole research paper surrounding this. It is brilliant stuff. I'm like completely boggled by how they did that. Yeah, this is Cluck was freaking out about this. I'm just now getting to the. You pasted the link. You can paste it in. Let's paste it in chat right now. Yeah, it's absolutely there. It is. I got it. Copy link. I don't know if you've pasted it already. Yeah, I'll put it in. I'll put it in. No, you got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the paper. You can look at the scans that they have of the memory addresses, but they are visually reading memory in order to get a hex dump and then reverse engineer that. You have to understand, like the code that we look at when we like reverse engineer or when we program a microcontroller, the code that we're looking at, unless it's one of these new Raspberry Pi dealies, that code, that's not anywhere. The compiler gets rid of all of your spaces, takes all the commands, and it reduces it to what's called machine language, which is literally like move this bit to this portion, move this into the math operator, get a number out of there and place it here. That's what those instructions boil down to, all that code that we write on this channel. And so what they were able to do is get a hex dump of that. And so by means of programs that are designed to sort of help reconstruct the loops and stuff that you're programming in a normal language, you take whatever that program is able to make, you make it into something that's more human readable, you hope, but eventually you can find where that variable that contains their encrypted signal lies. But as I'm hearing from the people in chat, they're actually, the companies are sort of cooperating a little bit more, which is nice. Because, I mean, I don't know. Let us have fun. You know, that's how I, as a hacker, that's how I feel. As a traditional hacker and a hardware hacker. Well, let's just have fun. So anyway, the only difference between my pump and the actual one, that the Dash, is that this one comes with a phone and has this different piece of plastic right here. From my understanding. Not all phone hardware and Android versions are guaranteed to work. Please check the Dash tested phones. I think mine is on there. I'm not sure. Oh my God, it's a whole... Wait, if it's a Google Doc... Ah, don't tell them my email. Fucking hate you. Go away, Google. Okay. Google's like, hey, is this your email address? And I'm like, no, stop it. This is a lot. I think we're supported, but yeah, certain websites do that. There's like a security thing that I have to, I think I already enabled it, but it's like, here's all your emails. And I'm like, no, oh, please. Yeah, here's all the Android 12 people, huh? Android 12.12. So this is reassuring. They do exist. What's the, 14th pod, very stable. No issues. Connection time is variable, but usually 0 to 80 seconds. 3 separate times could not connect, but reboot of phone solved the upgrade. Beta 11 was one of these. Not a single pod lost. Not a single pod lost. Android 12. I think this is, which one is this? Which pod? Huh. AAPS, CGM, Android version, country. Anyway, yeah, so that's cool. Like, there's a lot of great information here. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna kind of muddle our way through this, but it looks like everything that I'm doing is totally possible. I don't have any confirmation of the newest pod, though. There were issues with older firmware Dash pods, but later are pretty much gone. See, I'm not... It's weird that Dash is sort of like... I don't have the Dash. I have the non-Dash Dash. So Omnipod 5, no Dash. No Dash! Sounds like a fantasy sword. So I'm just trying to see if there's any confirmation of this. Takes a while to connect to the pump. Biota and Xdrip. So am I going to be using Biota? Oh man, all kinds of different countries too. Android 9, 10, 12. Well, we're 12. Qbot, Galaxy, Google Pixel 5. I don't see any Google Pixel 6. OnePlus. Pixel 6. I saw it. There it is. Emma. In the US of A. Using Biota. G6, Android 12. No issues or problems. Some disconnects if I pair my Bluetooth headphones. That's what I like to see. Oh, this is a huge relief. Thank you. Thank you for updating. Thank you for telling us that it works. Oh, look at all these. I don't have the Pro because it's like a friggin' weapon. It's so long. Pro is like, it's outright. It's like this long, weird thing. May have problems, may have problems. Android 12. Libre. Xdrip. Biota! Okay, cool. That's what originally got me to go to Twitch, by the way. The Praise It. That was, I was there. I was there 10,000 years ago when the hearts of men failed. I was there for the whole Twitch Plays Pokemon beginnings. That's what got me to the platform. And that was about the same time that I got the first insulin pump. All right, okay, so we've confirmed that people do indeed use my own. Well, we don't actually, hold on, Control Shift T, bring that back. Bring that back. Make sure it doesn't dox me. Yep, there it goes. It almost doxed me. Fucker. Anyway, I use dash loop. So my thing is that these aren't dash, the ones that I have. They're just Omnipod 5. What kind of CGM? G6. So same thing that these people are using here that I've had good results. But I'm on Android 12. That's the reason that I'm here. Dexcom G6, Android 12, Omnipod 5, not dash, but it's Bluetooth. It's all ridiculous, right? It's like they made the dash and then they made the not dash, the one that doesn't have the extra cell phone. I think these are the same and they'll be treated the same by the software. So multiple cases, permanent non-recoverable connection losses using older pods with firmware version 3.xxx. Well, these are the 5s and these are from 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago. They should be okay. And with other older Bluetooth, be aware that AAPS Omnipod dash driver connects to the dash pod via Bluetooth every time it sends a command, and then it disconnects right after. So with Bluetooth low energy, we sort of know about that. For the steering wheel project, it actually had a keep awake signal that it maintained, just because that's a little bit more power hungry than this stuff. This stuff is designed to basically run autonomously until it gets a little update from the base station, from the phone. Might be disturbed by other devices linked to the phone that's running the apps, like earbuds, may cause in rare occasion connection issue. Well, if my earbuds cause connection issues, I'm throwing them the fuck out and I'm getting new ones. It's an excuse. Version 3.0 or newer, APS built installed using build APK instructions. Well, we're going to need that in a minute. CGM, what about, why is there just like a link? BG source. What? G6. Hygiene, what is that? G6 function. G6 transmitter is manufactured after the end of 2018. Please make sure to use one of our the latest nightly builds. Oh, okay, of Xdrip. Transmitters of a new firmware, least stable version. All right, I'm learning all kinds of different stuff. Who, what, huh? Android Bluetooth stack, not the device. Okay. Yeah, these stacks can sometimes be a little fragile, right? Omnipod 5 dash apps driver. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what we're doing. I mean, it's the same as the dash, right? And I've heard of people using it because it's the same thing. And the dash is just a different, like, controlled. The only, I mean, yeah, there might be differences. We'll get into it, I guess, when we get there. But, like, Omnipod 5 dash versus the Omnipod 5, it's just this thing. It's just an extra phone that they give you. New one is supposed to connect directly to the G6. You mean like the pump doesn't use the phone to get glucose levels? That would be annoying. I thought I read about somebody using it, but yeah, because when the phone isn't within range, it'll work as it's normally supposed to. Okay, so that might be the limitation. Chip's different firmware. Fuck. Shit. We'll have to see. Oh boy. That would mean that I need to go get another phone. I need to go get an old phone that I can use. That's going to be a pisser. That's going to be annoying. Unless there's like a, you know, a nightly build branch that has that capability. Looking in the dev chats, man, you know, streaming spoils you rotten. Because like when I was learning Python on stream, I had people being like basically my IDE. This is similar to that. So yeah, all right, that's new information that we just got right now, is that the possibility exists of, since the Omnipod 5, not the Dash, is still a Bluetooth accessory, but it is designed to work if the phone is deleted from the equation temporarily, it will still get readings from the constant glucose monitor and adjust your treatment as such, which changes the equation a little bit there. And so there might be an issue with that and developing for that. I mean, could the possibility exist that we just don't have that feature and still use it? Build your own Dexcom app, G6 with Xdrip Plus. Simultaneously connected to the T-Slim pump and the one app. Oh, so I could actually... G6 transmitter can simultaneously be connected to the Dexcom receiver and the app on your phone. I'm using Xdrip Plus's receiver on installed Dexcom app. I don't even have that. You cannot connect Xdrip Plus and Dexcom app with a transmitter at the same time. Need clarity and want to profit from Xdrip Plus alarms. Use the VODs with local broadcasts. This is what everybody's using. The G6 can be connected to one consumer and one medical device at a time. Weird. Is that just how they set it up? Is that going to use more battery? Not already set up when downloading Xdrip Plus and following. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So we need to... Yeah, we're trying to figure out what the deal is with this right now. It might be that I need to wait. Not sure it's compatible. Shit. So I might need to wait a little bit. Wait, Horizon pods? Single IC on the same style PCB. They have a loop inside of them. So the Dash has 3 chips. These have 1. What the heck? That's new. Here. Omnipod. There's that emote again. That cursed emote. Figure 5. No. These are the ones that I recognize from the documentations. It's probably I could probably do FCC Gov to look at it too. In the unlikely case that it'll connect, it might be a different command, which might be very dangerous if used with the insulin on yourself. Oh, no. All right. This is what I get. This is what I get. I didn't get the Dash. I could probably get the Dash approved and get the pods, but... Yeah, we do have a lot of setup before we even look at the pods, but I want to know where things are going, you know? I want to make sure that I'm able... I will eventually be able to use this stuff. You know, we know that'll happen. Just fucking send it. I'll fight your endo. No, I mean, I could drop back to the Dash, but I really don't want to do that. I started out with the non-Dash. Look at the PDA they used to provide you. I think my endo could probably beat me up. I think he would win in a fight. All right. Question is if you want the DIY algorithm or the commercial one. I mean, I'd rather do the DIY one, to be honest. A weird comment. You think that I should get Dash? But I've already got everything worked out for the regular Omnipod 5, which was supposedly an upgrade, but not, I'm learning. So I could possibly get a... insurance is going to be weird, but it'll be like another month. Oh, you're saying the drivers might take a while? Shit. Yeah. If I don't have a while, then I guess my next prescription is probably going to have to be for the Dash. In which case, yeah, we will figure this out once I can secure the actual hardware. Son of a bitch! That's really annoying. So in order to use my regular phone, I have to drop back in technology, which I didn't want to have to do. Eventually, I'm confident that they will figure this stuff out, and I'll be able to actually get this working. But from what I understand right now, the type of system that it is, the topography of it, is different enough that it's gonna take these developers a little bit to figure it out. Yeah. That's annoying. Well, it's just a phone call away. Yeah, the 5 is US only, and it's only been out for a month. So we haven't had the incredible the incredible support from 9 billion diabetics, unfortunately. Yeah, because I was looking through the documentation for this thing, and they require you to do a lot of different lockdown on your phone and stuff. So most AAPS devs are EU. Oh man, we need to get more US people in on that. I'm not good with development like this, so I unfortunately cannot participate in that way. 14 months from FDA to CE. So what's it gonna take? I mean, if I drop back to Dash, then I can get all of the hardware in here. And actually, the Dash phone works with the non-Dash Omnipod. But if I get the Dash stuff, then it may be a year or so before being able to go to the new system because of the growing pains and figuring out how to configure the algorithms inside of the thing, right? Yeah, I have a bunch of boxes. It's like, it was 3 months. And actually the 3 months is up in less than 15 days. I think I got 18 to 20 days. Have your endo write the pods for changes every 2 days. Yeah, I think that's where we are with, yeah. I think that's where we are with them. At the very least, 6 to 12 months. All right, so I'm gonna wait on doing the upgrade then. But I'm upgrading everything, right? I'm still going to the Dash. I'm going to the system that I thought I was getting. Unfortunately, my lack of ability to research stuff means that I did not know that this is it's a game changer. And the reason that it's a game changer is that in order to put diabetes care and management on just any old sucker's phone, they had to make sure, or they wanted to make sure, that if the phone was deleted from the equation, then the care and management would continue and react to changes in things. Yeah, I've got the rapport with my doctor in order to have that be a thing. So yeah, that was the curveball that I was kind of looking for this entire stream. Huge for people that swim a lot. Yeah, I can't imagine. I've been like hydrophobic since in order to get in the pool at a festival, I had to hold the pump up above the water line. How do these things do, like in the pool? I saw the specs and they weren't great. They were okay. But yeah, all right. So that's the first and the big curveball is that what I'm supposed to do now is in about, hold on, let me I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it all, chat. I'm gonna go to my provider and sign in just to get an idea of what the timing is. So I did not know this about the non-dashes, is that they're just so different. Come on, this site sucks. My account. Pharmacy. I got so familiar with the CVS phone system that I was able to preemptively bark the commands that it needed in order to get me to the pharmacist, speak to the pharmacist. That's how frustrated I was. You had to you could preemptively say what the answer was to the little prompt. You need all prescriptions, you bastard website. Show me, when is it up for refill? Where is that? Omnipod 5, G6, Gen 5. Blah, 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 blah. Too early to refill. I have 3 refills on it, though. Last filled 6/1. So yeah, I literally have to wait until 8/1. 8/8, sorry, 2022. So on the 8th day of the 8th month, that's when I need a new prescription, but it needs to be for the dash system. And I'll type up a thing. Hacking your insulins. Well, okay, so in the meantime, I can get set up and actually do the long form, like getting used to the algorithms and stuff, right? Before I connect the pod itself, or do I need to have the active system in order to do that? I can at least set up Xdrip in the meantime. Test the commercial algorithm in the meantime? What do you mean? Like, is it like a system by which it caters ads to me? Open the loop. So I can do open loop. Can I do open loop with this hardware that I have right now? Or should I just get the glucose monitoring stuff? How does the T-Slim, does it have wireless communication? Can I loop this? Well, I don't have enough supplies for this. No, I can make it until the end of the month. How many days is that? Oof, 1, 2, that's like 3.5 weeks. Windows security firewall. What's that just pop up? Hold on. Connecting the pump is the last thing you need to do. Okay. So I can just get the whole system and get familiar with it in the meantime, which is what I want to do. So we'll go into that in just a minute. I gotta pee because my glucose level did a big boo-boo today. So, and those of you who are here because of the diabetic stuff and are not familiar with this channel, I have no qualms just talking about glucose levels and stuff to these fuckheads that are normally in chat. The first few objectives are like set up Night Scout. Yeah. X2 isn't looping right now, but it's being worked on. Open looping is a great start. Okay. Yeah, so we can get started with this stuff, and I'll get familiar with this over time. But yeah, I'm constantly talking to these guys about what the hell's going on. Yeah, this is what I get for eating sushi. But all right, anyway, that's like 1 billion units of insulin. There's an objective on open loop for a bit. Yeah, so some of the talks at the beginning of the day were about getting around those objectives so that I could have a stream. And I don't think people understand that we're still reading documentation. We're still in that phase. It's so slow when you do a stream with this many fucking weirdos watching you. I hate you guys. No, I'm just kidding. You guys are great. When you have to put on a show while doing it, it's totally different. Commercial loops? You mean like Hyperloop? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's just a corrugated drainage tube with cars running in it. Commercial loops will always be behind due to long certification bureaucracy. Yeah. And the phone has to be like super locked down. That's why I'm here. You're back at 121 from the Baja Blast. I hate you so bad. I fucking hate. There's an objective. Did I get? You know, the Dexcom would work a lot better if you simply used an oil immersion bath. That's like a 95% of the comments. Every time I talk about cooling stuff, because we've got like computer projects here that I'm doing and all kinds of weird, crazy stuff that we try to get into. We are actually trying to water cool the laser for the board, but like everybody always wants me to dunk everything in peanut oil or something. I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, okay, I'll be back in just a second. I'm gonna put up a BRB, put the music back on. I gotta figure out where'd my stuff go, and then we'll get back into this because we can set this up for at least the fledgling steps. Let me find all my crap. I can't believe the account for JDRF was in the chat. What the hell? All right, where did I put the music? I think he's gone. I think I killed him. The music is dead. Where were you and Bother killed the music? Let's just Big John, Costa Rica. Big John's a buddy of mine. He runs a architectural shop nearby that does some really amazing stuff. By the way, what you're listening to right now is what we call the fart box. And that isn't... Oh, when I mouse over it, it plays. And that is a physical device in the shop that's hooked up to the Twitch API, where if people redeem channel points, it'll set off one of 9 random fart noises. I found just garbage. I hooked up a Harman Kardon speaker cord to it. And apparently that little joke dollar store fart maker, electronic fart maker, is powerful enough to drive an entire Harman Kardon speaker. We put it into a random case that I had sitting around, and it's very loud. So what people are doing is they're redeeming channel points and then just making fart noises. So anytime I turn around or like my butt's visible, it ends up triggering a bunch of that stuff. So just so you know. But the stipulation on the fart noise maker is that you're hearing these through my microphone. So if I mute myself and you do a channel point redemption and you don't hear your fart, that's on you, not me. Yeah, I shouldn't answer that question, whether they work. Actually, by taking a stance of I should not answer that question about whether or not the channel points work when I'm not streaming, by saying I will not answer that question, I've answered that question. Yes, they still work. I'll unplug the device. Some people are a little non-charitable about when the stream stops. They do some weird shit. Maybe it could be funny every now and then, but I can just unplug it. So, all right, anyway, I'll be right back. Where's my monitor? Oh, it's over here. There it is. All right, here, beep. Man, that's a lot of excess carbonation. Oh, this is really quiet, isn't it? Well, whatever. I'm back. I'm back. I haven't been getting up a lot this stream. Traditionally, traditionally when I'm streaming, we would have the board active, and the board makes me get up like every couple seconds, well, every couple minutes, because people are subbing to it, which is good. It you know, makes sure that I'm not developing some crunchy blood clots in my legs. What's up, Goldblum Mist? Yeah, so we've discovered things about ourselves and each other, cardinal things, very deep rooted and private things about one another today. Now, what we've discovered is that the frickin' Omnipod 5 is not the Dash, and it's a big departure in the technology between the two different pumps, which is completely new to me. Nothing much, just chilling. All right, welcome. Yeah, we're kind of chilling out today and reading documentations and stuff. I'm not able to actually work with hardware, which is what I like doing. Instead, we're sitting here in software land trying to configure an entire system, which is fairly complicated. And this system is basically an organ. We are building out of plastic and so much silicon a human organ, a human organ, an organ, if you're to trust the people from Oregon and trust their pronunciation of their state. Apparently, organs should be called organs. It's Oregon. Calling the police. He's showing his organ. Plumbing with electricity, yes. Coating with electricity, no. I mean, I have a valve. I have like a solenoid valve over there that I could program. That's plumbing with electricity. All right. So where are we? What's going on? I've read the most basic of documentation about the open source, what we call looping software, in order to create an artificial pancreas. An artificial pancreas. This is an artificial pancreas, what you're looking at right here. An artificial why did that just move? An artificial pancreas consists of a computer, some method by which to deliver pancreas juice, aka insulin, and a blood glucose monitor. Now, the actual part that's monitoring, that's transmitting the glucose levels is on my body right now, but whatever, let's not worry about that. That's right there. Now, what we just discovered was the first shot across our bow in getting this system up and running and working. This pump right here, now we're talking about products from a company called Insulet. This is Dexcom, this is Google, this is Insulet. The insulin pump is from a company called Insulet, and my experience with them is of knowing their existence for about 20 years, and now just recently considering going over and using their technology. Now, what Insulet appears to have trouble with is naming their stuff and explaining it properly. From their perspective, and these companies have actually been working with the AAPS people, the auto pancreas people, which is very cool to hear. I'm very glad about that. You know, more technically minded people getting into this stuff is very good. From their perspective, they are providing an insulin pump system for the most amount of people. And the most amount of people, you go back to George Carlin's bit, think about the average, you know, an average intelligent person, half of the people in the world are dumber than they are. And it kind of pulls that into perspective. So they're building an insulin pump system that works for all walks of life. Anyone can use this. We want to use it with the special tools for smarty pants people that allow it to become a closed loop organ. So what they didn't explain, what Omnipod didn't explain, they didn't have to, is that the Omnipod 5 differs very greatly from the Omnipod 5 Dash. My understanding from an outside perspective was that the Omnipod 5, the newer one that's able to work with your phone, just works totally on its own, and it's the same exact thing. Like, I thought that the only difference was that they had to get approval to have an app on the phone. That's all I thought the difference was, right? Instead, because the Omnipod 5 Dash comes with a phone. The Omnipod 5 Dash comes with a phone, and the phone is a crucial component in all that stuff. Bald Engineer, good to see you, Bald Engineer. Rating of the party is 61 people. They don't call it the 5 dash, they just call it the dash. Okay, well, I'll try to call it that. Yeah, the Omnipod Erotic is the one that works on 433. Bluetooth dumb pump Omnipod 5, previously called Horizon. Okay, what we're talking about right now, Bald Engineers, I'm talking about diabetes technology and the move that I'm trying to make into sort of state-of-the-art stuff. I'm going to be using terms like looper. Looper is the system by which we close the feedback loop on this bish and make it so that I don't have to tell it how many carbs I'm eating. It'll just respond to changes in glucose levels as it learns my body. So Google phone, are you trying to make the modem in it not terrible? It's a good phone. Shut up. I like my phone. I bought a new phone and it doesn't support any of the apps that these things use. You see the difference between, and I'll try to get the terminology right, the difference between the newer Omnipod, the Omnipod 5 and the Omnipod Dash are actually kind of vast under the surface. See, on the surface, it doesn't look like there's all that much difference between the two. I thought the difference was just going to be, you know, oh, you need like a phone to run it. It's fun. No, it turns out that this thing right here, the one that I got, actually is able to do a feedback loop with the glucose monitor. So the communications between these three devices are a little bit more cloudy and nebulous, right? So you have this thing communicating with that thing communicating with this, and this thing getting signals from that, and catering sort of your needs to it. So if you throw the phone in a lake and start exercising, you're not going to immediately die. You're not going to burst into a cloud of ash as a diabetic. So yeah, the Dash is the system that I need to get until the hackers can figure out how this thing works. This thing isn't released in Europe yet. It's only a couple months old. In fact, I have 3 months of supplies worth of these things. It is unfortunately that I am not able to use these, but that change in topography is fairly important because with the looper system, it's running a different algorithm. And the microcontroller on this thing would need to have that type of algorithm. It might be a totally different type of control that Omnipod has created. So that's a significant hurdle. So I can't use this pump. I have to go to the Dash, which requires the phone to be in the loop, in the thing at all times. Now that system of, you know, I threw my phone in a lake and my pump still works, that's not going to be totally incredibly important to me. I'm as hydrophobic as they come, I guess, these days. No, I'm not. I love water. But I'm still going to have a phone on me 95% of the time. That's why I'm so accepting of this system. It seems like a really cool thing. But anyway, that's what we're looking at right now, Bald Engineer. We're looking at this kind of stuff, and we're just kind of going through the docs right now. I can start using this next month. I'll just get my doctor to write a prescription for the Dash. I might get sent their little cutesy little cell phone that I won't even use. So yeah, I thought getting the latest and greatest thing wouldn't be that much of an issue because it was, they said it would work with the smartphone, and then they're like, oh, haha, not Android 12, though. I'm like, oh. And then the more I read about their app, the worse it seemed. Like, you got to lock down your phone, you got to do specific security things, you got to enable, like, location and all this kind of stuff. So, like, haha, your phone doesn't work, plus ratio, plus this thing works on a different topography. Get owned, noob. So next month, I'll get my doctor to prescribe me a butt ton of these things. That means that the excess of supplies is not going to be relevant to me until this version, a version that uses this thing, of this looper system comes out. So my 1 month buffer period in supplies just went up in smoke. It's gone now. I don't have it. Oh boy, that's going to be fun. I don't know how to stretch these supplies out aside from just fasting. Because the Omnipods they're not as flexible in terms of refilling stuff. So it's going to be hard for me to build up a glut of excess. Unless I, you know, save up money and maybe I can buy out a prescription. But this wouldn't have been a thing if I could have done this earlier, huh? I wonder if you could just switch to a different Omnipod. But they streamlined my upgrade to the newer system. Just they were totally accepting of that, and eventually I got all the prescriptions sorted out. Now I get to go back. Oh boy. Yeah, we don't even, so there's a lot of stuff that we need to do to set this up even before I get the pump involved. So affordable Jetson Nano. Didn't I have one? I don't know. I think I got sent one. There was like a free one at one point, but other than that, I haven't been looking that stuff up. 2-day replacement schedule builds up stock fast. I've been thinking of trying pods, and I definitely want that. Yeah, I'll get the 2-day. But yeah, it sucks because I was gonna have an entire month. This type of stuff that you see us talking about here, where we need to like build up excess supplies. One typo or one prescription being sat on by a pharmacist, that entire month of supplies will just gone suddenly. This happens a lot, and that's why the ability to reuse hardware is kind of important. It's a no-no, but it's important. We need to be able to reuse this diabetic hardware so that we're not high and dry. So our schedule of, you know, treatment for this fucking condition can continue on. Yeah, if once I secure the new prescription, because I'll do that instead of getting a new phone, why don't we talk about that? Why don't we talk about that? Because I think if I can help it along, I will. I'll have a couple of these things sitting around. Okay, so what we're gonna do is some of the other steps. But yeah, let's definitely put a pin in that, because we'll want that. We'll want that. The people who can hack this stuff easier than yours truly could definitely benefit from a couple of these. Could send them out a box and they could play with it. It's so weird though, because when you fill the pod with insulin, you have 2 hours to connect it to a device, or it bricks itself. What the hell? It's like, get owned, diabetic, get owned. And you're like, no. All right, so what can we set up right now? Well, I've downloaded Android Studio. That's the first step into degeneracy. And we can run, well, what people were using with they were using BYODA, and I don't even know what that is. So if you need clarity and want to profit from Xdrip plus alarms, use BYODA with a local broadcast. What is BYODA? Build your own Dexcom app. BYODA! So broadcast to AAPS or Xdrip Plus, not for G5, I have a G6. This app lets you use your Dexcom G6 with any Android smartphone. That's what I'm looking for. I don't have that. Download APK, enter the sensor code and transmitter serial number. Now, so with the previous phones that I've had, I got to this step, and since I had an HTC, it had an aluminum body, and so it was shit at actually having good wireless signals. This is where I stumbled on the other ones. I've had Xdrip for a little bit. I had it on, like, I had the smartwatch glucose level thing. It's kind of cool. It gets around some of the issues with Xdrip Plus and more recent transmitters, but I haven't had issues personally. Also allow clarity uploads. Xdrip Plus is superior in every way to the Dexcom app. Yeah. BYODA, except uploading to clarity. For your endo to use, and I can confirm he gives zero shits about this if you're looping. What? Wait a minute, what? Yeah, all I've heard is, and it's probably, he had to like run away and actually get this data. He probably had to pull up your file in order to suggest that I use whatever looper is backwards. What is it called? It's buffalo wings. No, that's the wrong page of notes. It's what it's. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. Tide pool. There we go. Looper backwards. Yeah. Oh, you typed it in the chat. That's how long it took me to get to my notes. Get them in touch with the app devs. You can send. Yeah. Get around some issues. So what are you guys saying here? I'm trying to parse this. Superior in every way to the Dexcom app, BYODA, except uploading to clarity. And apparently my endo who Cluck J is a line to, I can confirm he gives 0 shits about this if you're looping. Okay. So uploading to Clarity is not something he cares about. So do I not need to, because we looked at all of the, we looked at the list of people using the Dash and they were all Bjorda. So I don't know. So I should be using Xdrip Plus. Now I'm vaguely familiar with Xdrip Plus. I've used it in the past. I aggressively prefer not to upload any data to Dexcom for sensor replacement purposes. Oh. Okay, he knows Night Scout. Yeah, he said Tide Pool, and there was no mention of... There was a mention of meeting with the person that knows omnipods, which I don't feel like... I feel like I know more than them now. And then... He also wondered about Riley Link, and I don't think I'm going to be using that. Yeah, Tide Pool. All right, so let's do Xdrip Plus. Xdrip Plus. Use Biota because it simply works without much messing around. Huh. I mean, I guess we're taking the route of messing around, right? Because we can. Yeah, and if I have what my endo... What diabetic tested, endo approved applications, then I'll be good. So G6 transmitter can simultaneously be connected to the Dexcom receiver or alternatively T-Slim pump and one app on your phone. So that's essentially what I'm going to be doing for now. Great endo with rice, 5 out of 7. Yeah, he's fairly good with the technology. That's why I go to the trouble of going all the way into the city for that. Well, I should probably live in the city, to be honest. God, that UPenn Medical Center has gotten insane. That fucking place is ridiculous. It's like its own little city. I think what it's going to do is it's just going to, like, legs are going to pop out of it, and it's just going to, like, take over the rest of Philadelphia. It's like its own little medical city. Okay, so you cannot connect Xdrip Plus and the Dexcom app with the transmitter, but you can use an app and medical device. So what I have going on right now with my glucose levels on the T-Slim, I can set up within this. And I have to have a box of supply. I can make a box of supplies last until within next month. Yeah. I tried to watch Wild Wild West. I think I fell asleep by the time they got to the giant spider. Apparently, the story behind that is that one of the producers was insistent on movies having a giant spider, and I only learned about that through the documentary about Superman, I think, Lives or something like that. It was supposed to be, crap, what's his name? Guy in the Rock. Nick Cage. It was supposed to be a Nick Cage Superman film that was done by, oh no, all the names, oh god, every name has left my head, and my head is dripping. But yeah, it's a really cool, like, it was supposed to be a Nick Cage Superman movie that was done by Nightmare Before Christmas. God damn it. Why am I forgetting everything? My brain is just leaking today. Tim Burton. It was supposed to be a Tim Burton Superman movie with Nick Cage as Superman. If you could watch that documentary, it's fucking amazing. But anyway, the whole reason Wild Wild West had a spider in it was because there's a producer that was insistent. Yeah, Kevin Smith was also attached to writing for the project. Oh my god. And Kevin Smith is a big comic book nerd, so there's a lot of really cool stuff about, like, Hollywood production and as insane like beetle armor like costume. It makes, yeah, holding that information in my brain is like holding on to acid. It's rotting away everything in its vicinity. So it's tough for me to pull up facts like that. All right, anyway, back to this. So we get one app and we get one like medical device. It's a weird limitation, but maybe that keeps them within battery specs or something. It can't be sending Bluetooth packets out to anybody who asks it. If you need clarity and want to profit from blah, 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 blah. No, If you've already set it up, download Xdrip Plus and follow instructions. So we don't... we do need to... Okay. Xdrip Plus. Oh my god. Oh man, I'm not good with GitHub. Where do I download thing? Download Xdrip Plus. So am I doing it to... I'm not doing it to my PC. I'm downloading it directly to my phone. So I can just QR code this crap. Let's try it. Info page and APK download. We don't have to... Do we have to compile this? Give me that barcode. Yeah, QR code. All right. File might be harmful. Oh my god. Download it anyway. Download file again. Did you not download? Let's just download it again. I don't know. 2 downloads complete. Details. That was dumb. All right, so what do I do in order to run it? Let's see. I vaguely remember doing this with my other phone, but I'm not good at this stuff, so... Yeah, pre-compiled APK. Okay, so I don't need to deal with Android Studio on it. Unless I really wanted to get crazy, but I'm not gonna do that. AccuCheck guide, blah 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 blah. This app contains sophisticated charting. Actually, I just like that it gives you information, unlike every other, you know, API or, you know, whatever user interface for this kind of stuff. It actually gives you quite a bit of information on its screen, which is not typically what I get. I get just like a simplistic chart. Roadmap collaboration. So where's my like basic bitch guide to putting this thing on? Is there like a basics? Like, how do I get this thing to freaking run? I need to load it up as an app, right? I'm gonna just open it. I don't think that's how that works in the phone. Hey, Siflet8, thank you. Thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're doing weird stuff today. Doing weird stuff that we don't normally do. I'm trying to... Is allowed... Oh, to install unknown apps from the source. Changing the settings. I forgot to do developer options. Allow, yes. Do you want to install the app? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Let's get this thing going. Open that up. I think I already enabled develop. Look at all these warnings. I'm glad my phone is long. Long phone. Dun 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 dun. Okay, we're done. All right, so don't rely on the software. Don't rely on the system. Don't use or rely on the system treatment. All software is unreliable. No claims are made. Don't rely on a healthcare provider. Follow your glucose sensor manufacturer instructions. Don't rely on the developers. Okay, got it. And it's not associated with any providers at all. Okay, all right. It's like absolutely under no circumstance should this software be relied on in any way at all whatsoever. Got it. I'm gonna need my code from the set. Hold on, let me go get my code from the set. I need the labeling that came off of it. I'll need the big phone for multiple interfaces. Yeah. That'll happen. That'll happen. I don't know if I have the other code for it, but I think I can get that from the T-Slim. I think that'll have it. There's the number that's on the sensor itself, and then there's the calibration number right here. Those are the 2 pieces of the glucose monitor. I just pray. I pray every single day that I don't get a text from one of my friends while I'm doing this. I pray. I pray to God. Down on my knees that I don't get a freaking weird ass text from Oatmeal Man with some fucking ridiculous meme on it. You just need the serial number from the transmitter? How does it do? That's kind of cool. I understand that I will die if I use this software. Got it. Yep. Morituri te salutamus. Let's go. I have a G5. I have a G6 rather. Am I sure? Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. A, B, C, D, E, F, that's not even remotely with the transmitter. That's not even close. What a bad guess. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get the code out of this thing. Device settings. Bluetooth? No. Somewhere in here, there's a status. I'm not going to share my security bin with you. No, no, bolus. Oh, no. No, help me. Help, I'm bolusing. These are like automatic hand movements, by the way. If you have a Dexcom session running already, hold on, here's the pro tips. Dexcom session running already, you can plug in the transmitter serial number and it should pick up on the session. Oh, wait, so that number is for the sensor. Okay. Man, I'm uncovering a lot of the topology of this technology that I did not know existed. I've been kind of a passive user of a lot of these things. I've been a bit of a passive user of all this stuff. It just works, and so I didn't have to worry about it. But now that we're in a project sort of hump, I can get to know this stuff a little better. It's very interesting. Okay, so, load. Let's see. My pump, my CGM. There it is. See, it gives me it grayed out right there. So, 8NK2TF. 8NK to transform. 8NK2TF. This is, I'm doxing my transmitter. I don't, this is bad. Hackers are gonna get into my diabetes. Wait, data source is set to Dexcom G5. I very specifically told it I was G6. Meh. Start sensor. Do not hit the start sensor unless the sensor's already embedded in the yeah, it is. Oh, G5, G6, all right. Yeah. So I left and right for different status tabs. All right, let's get a better focus on this thing. Hold on. Oh my God. Everything's gonna explode. There we go. That's a slightly better look. Just leave it alone. But it's trying to teach me things. Like how to love. Yeah, so it's going to wait for one of the packets to go through. They're going to hack my monitor. They'll know my glucose levels before I do. Hey, bro, how's it feel to be hypoglycemic? What? Who are you? How did you know that about me? I know everything. I'm a hacker. Yeah, the collector's considered the same. Yeah, they got the slash in there. Okay. Whoa, look at me. Right and left. Scanning. 1 minute. I have to be in airplane mode around here. I have to be in airplane mode because 5G, as great as it is actually causing the spike proteins from my vaccine to... No, the reason that I can't use 5G here is because this place sits where there's like a berm, like an embankment around the place. So all of those juicy little 5G waves wibbling about in free space, they all hit the dirt before they get to me. And so I get like negative reception. It actually sucks the soul out of my body when the phone tries to connect to an antenna. It's like the inverse of RF. It sucks my soul out and I die a little bit. I don't get any kind of reception here. It's ridiculous. I have to go, when we have a power outage here, in spite of the generator, I still have to walk all the way out to the end of the driveway, and then I'm able to tweet, hey, shit's fucked up. So it's like 4.5G. Yeah, it just sucks the soul. It sucks. When I was in New York, I had to turn my phone in airplane mode too because Verizon having nationwide coverage is a lie. When RF turns to F. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember this from the last time I used Xdrip, that it would have the, hey, bro, do you want to pair this thing? I had a lot of trouble with that, and it like wouldn't work properly, but that was on an HTC, so I'm hoping this is a lot different. Yeah, so we're waiting 5 minutes for something to happen. Oh my God, G6 native, no Bluetooth yet. Bluetooth is enabled. I got my flashlight button right there. Yeah, so we're just going to wait for something to happen. How old is the reading on the T-Slim? Yep. Well, good thing T-Slim gives us all this information. There's like fucking nothing. It's like nothing. There's no info. Let's see what the status is here, maybe. Firmware, hardware revision F. BLE, software. No, I'm doxing all my stuff. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't give me any information. Let's go big chart. There we go. Well, 340. We're at 45. I don't really know, man. I don't really know. I don't really know. This thing's on my shoulder, and it's a moderately old set. Yeah. Like I was talking about this before. I don't get a lot of information from the systems that I have. I don't get the good, like, hacker information that I'd like. Yeah, it's going to take a minute. We're going to, you know, we're waiting. Shit in here, we're waiting. We're growing old. We're growing old. Soon I'm going to get all of that data. All of the data will be mine. I could even get the TX and RX from the very source. It will be my... Pair and connect. Allow. Yeah, give my glucose sensor my call history information. Do whatever you want. Fucking call all of my friends. Make sure that they know what I'm up to diabetically. All right, so we are now Xdrip plussing. Look at all this info, though. Look at the glut of information that I get off of this system that people made instead of frickin' an executive committee. Okay, time? What does that mean? Okay time? What's okay time? This is only half of it? Jeez. Okay time. What I do like about the new G6 system is that if you don't get any reception for a little while, it'll have like a big message and you get like a ton of data at once. Look at me go. I'm Xdripping. Not getting any readings. Damn it! Yeah, the backfill yeah, because like I'll take a shower or maybe sometimes like in bed, I'll actually roll over the insulin pump and it won't get data. So then I get woken up by this thing screaming fucking bloody murder at me, and I need to like put it on my chest or something like that so that it can actually backfill some of the data that it got. I have to wait until time's not okay anymore? I want it to be okay. I mean, just being able to do this on the chart is revolutionary, right? Being able to do this and this, and one of these. Yeah, just that alone is kind of amazing. It'll start beeping Morse code. This thing is a beeping fucking banshee. I hate it. 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 After living with this thing for 12 years, this thing will beep bloody murder to remind me that I need to test a blood glucose level that I don't actually need to test. You guys are having a Bioda debate? Bioda debate. Listen, man, I'm just one crazy person who is trying to get some stuff going here. Unfortunately, we can't do the full pump system. We got some problems with that. But for now, we're gonna try to get a little bit of stuff going on with Xdrip. Post beep-o-matic. I mean, you guys have seen me destroy the beeper in a device before with a screwdriver and a hammer, just to set an example for other devices that might have the inclination to try to beep at me. I am that averse to noises, particularly beeps. And now you guys know exactly why. It's because of this thing that I have to pay attention to. So if there's any chance at all that I can somehow diminish the emergencies and the beepings, then... No, see, here's the thing. All of my... Here, I'll show you. I'll show you, fucker. Fuck, piece of fuck. Show you, piece of fuck. Shit, fuck. Go to my options and show you. I'll show you everything that's going on. I'll show you devices. device settings fucking thing. Ah, wrong menu. Options. Device settings. Fucking sound volume. Sound volume. Low. Soft. Low. Everything is off. It's as off as it'll let me off it. Aside from having this thing vibrate, which I don't like because I like it to actually have a little bit of battery left, it still beeps bloody fucking murder, in spite of the fact that I have good hearing. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Unavailable. Is there anything else that I need to set up here in order to get this thing to be available? Moles, alarms, and alerts. Turn them all off. Create a high alert all day. Edit. I don't know. I guess I can leave that on for now. Well, for now, maybe I can test the alert. Oh god, that is low. Loud, rather. Sorry, I said the wrong word. Yeah, let's, oh, baby. Oh, baby. You can actually make it I can make an eagle screech. You know that hawk screeching that everybody says an eagle? I can make that my hyperglycemic alert. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll get into that. I'm just waiting for this thing to get data. I suddenly feel like I actually have agency over my own care. Yes, you can warn me all you want. I'm in control. Let's make that. Let's go 210. Snooze. Usually set it for 2 hours, yeah. 2 hours is about the time it'll take for insulin to start to have any kind of a meaningful influence on your glucose level. So when I get a high alert and I sleep the alert, I'm typically going to be injecting insulin. That's not necessarily true when I go into looper, but that's how I used to do things. So I would then respond to the high glucose level because the algorithm is only so powerful, and then basically it would Discord messages suddenly decided to pop up. But so that high glucose level would only start to move at 2 hours. So there's no point in it warning me in the interim time. Now, right now, I'm not looping. So what I'm going to do is just disable these freaking alerts. Save. Yes. Okay, cool. I'm just going to disable the alerts because I don't want them to bother me right now. The insulin pump is still going to be doing that. Can't change the screen brightness unless you cut a bit of window tint. Really? I haven't run into that yet. I haven't tried to adjust the screen brightness on this thing. You actually have to put a thing on it? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. Calibration. There's a lot of alerts, huh? Override silent mode. Ay. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to play with these alerts later. I have to actually decide what the warning level needs to be for this stuff, because this is a lot. Xdrip Plus is crazy. This is good stuff, though. Falling fast. I've had one issue with that in my life, so I am doing a falling threshold. 3 for, yeah, that's good. I've had, there was one time, and this is actually the same time that I was talking about earlier, where I had to hold the pump out of the water while at the pool. When I got back to camp, I had one of these things with the blood glucose level tanking, and then I ended up having to guzzle Gatorade after I passed out. So I like to have that alert running. I probably can turn off the rising fast alert because I'll get it too often. Other alerts. Can you tell me if my car's warranty is expired? Pretty sure it has. I drive a 1990s car. Early hit 2000, actually, to be honest. Extra alerts. Persistent high alert might be a good one. I don't know what all my settings need to be for that, though, at the moment. Raise alarm with a forecasted low. Nah. Collector battery. Well, that'd be kind of the battery information is kept private by all the consumer stuff. So having this and having the ability to see what the battery level of my freaking thing is, that's kind of neat. Hey, look at that. We got data. This is my glucose level. You guys already saw it on the other device, but I'm currently basically landing an airplane right now because I had the audacity to eat some rice for lunch. Bad idea. So now, down we go. We're right now in kind of the normal level. But good, we got that functioning. That's a lot further than I got with the previous version of Xdrip. So yeah, this thing's been working in the background in order to basically get the data. It doesn't have all the data yet, but soon it'll resemble my normal thing. Cool. So that's Xdrip. I don't have it fully configured yet, but it looks like most of what I'm going to be doing is, first of all, wiping my phone off, because this thing is disgusting. What is going on? How did this happen? Anyway, I should have also let my battery go down to like 2% for the stream, because then that would trigger even more people. But so I'm going to need like to learn all this stuff, but it looks pretty basic, and it looks like what I'm familiar with Xdrip Plus. I've used Xdrip Plus in the past to do the smartwatch thing, just as kind of like a fun little extra thing. It was nice to be able to be like driving the car and be able to check my glucose level, but I'm not too into having a smartwatch anymore, so I'm probably not going to do that. But this would enable that sort of functionality. It'll give you a custom screen on your smartwatch that basically resembles this, and also you now have the ability to scroll back and forth on your glucose levels and pinch to expand and stuff. That was a big deal back in the day. However, this program receiving these levels means that I've taken one of the big steps towards the looping, towards the auto pancreas. I now have the primary source of data is now on the phone and now usable by the other devices that usable by the other apps that I install into this thing. See what happens if you do run down the battery. What do you mean? I mean, there are like, you know, whatever battery alerts and stuff. I don't know which battery you're talking about. I'm pretty familiar with what happens with all the batteries. When the battery on the glucose sending device starts to get low, your glucose levels will start to come in erratically. And nowadays they just have like a cutoff. It just says, yeah, battery's low, you're done. So, auto pancakes. No, the pancakes come after the auto pancreas. Data received 1656. Preemptive restarts, I don't even know. Last connected a minute ago. Bluetooth link is good. There's my data. There's doxing my code. Sensor status, 3.8 days. We're gonna be up on a new one soon, huh? Oh no, it's wait, 7. Has that only been in 3 days? I don't even remember. Cool. All right, got needed 16 minutes of data. Cool. What does that look like on my lock screen? Hey, that's kind of cool. Hold on. There's the private messages. There. Look at that. I got a little alert. I can expand it. Look at that. Look at all that data. Hey, that's really cool. That is pretty neato. So yeah, now I can just like peek at my phone and be like, what's my glucose level doing? And people won't be like, is that a pager? In the middle of like a library. They go, hey, is that a pager? And I'm like, dude, this is a library. You're supposed to be quiet in here. And they're like, tell me if it's a pager or not. And I'm like, yeah, it's a pager. So yeah, now I don't need to actually pull out my pump in order to take a look at that. We don't have any control stuff yet. What's the next step? That's the wrong screen. I can't do anything with this. What is the screen? What is happening? Oh my God, infinite regression. Okay, so we got Night Scout. Xdrip Plus. What'd it do? Yeah, this does a bunch of stuff. Somebody trying to figure out if I'm passed out. That's what the diabetic, you know, the identification bracelets and stuff are for. Heart rate and step counter. Oh, I don't have one of these. Yeah. That's crazy though. If you could take exercise data and like heart data and import that and use it to like, Instant two-way synchronization is possible by linking follower handsets. Data can also be uploaded and downloaded to Night Scout web service or uploaded directly to Tidepool, MongoDB, or Influx database. So maybe Tidepool, although I know from from another patient, the same doctor, that my doctor is familiar with Xdrip Plus. So that's good. If I can get that data somewhere that he could download it, that would be good too. Your data is yours, can be exported in many different ways. Xdrip also intercommunicates with other apps. See, that's the important part. So, okay, so far so good. I mean, that was easy, like the easiest thing that I've done so far. I mean, aside from maybe the curveball of having to enable developer mode, but I didn't have to do that because I already did that. But you just gotta tap something like 6 times and it'll do it. Your cheapo smartwatches insists on relinking every time the phone restarts. Ugh. 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 So we're not doing BYOD. Byoda. Settings for Android APS. Select Dexcom app. If you don't receive any values, select any other data source. Select Dexcom app patched. Okay, so this is different. Settings for Xdrip Plus. Select 640G Eversense as a data source. What the hell's that? I think I got all my data source stuff worked out. This app's gonna actually have to go on the main page, isn't it? Yeah, I think we already got everything that we needed to. I don't think I need to set any of this stuff. That's for Byoda? Okay. Bring your own insulin. BYO. Xdrip Plus. Okay, so I don't need to do that. Troubleshooting G6. We're good. Et cetera, et cetera. Cool. All right, so that's Xdrip. What am I scrolling up for? 80 or 81. Serial number. Xdrip's in the Dexcom app. We're not worried about that because the Dexcom app doesn't work on this phone. It doesn't do Android 12. Oh, the stuff above. Okay, all right. We don't need to worry about that, right? Oh, what other settings? Yeah, what other settings do we have here? Can't do this same time. If you need clarity, I need muddiness. You shut the hell up. Don't you make fun of me for my haircut. Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. The barber was mad at me because I had such a large volume of hair. You know those like frou-frou dogs that they like comb and they have like human looking hair? It looks like one of those dogs exploded at the bottom of the barber chair. And my head feels lighter and I'm not getting headaches because of the long hair pulling on my scalp. I have very heavy hair apparently. We need clarity. Okay, we don't need that. If not, already set up, then download Xdrip Plus and follow the directions. Xdrip settings page. Yeah, also the heat. Yeah. I got that dense hair placement. Yeah. Well, the sides of my head are now cool, which makes me feel more awake. Very weird. Need to put in your Night Scout API URL. So do we need to get a Night Scout involved? Xdrip Plus for Android only. G6 transmitters manufactured after the fall, blah, blah, blah. Basic settings for all CGM and FGM. I need to get a secret code. I need to get a secret code. I need to like sign up for Night Scout, right? This is that wonderful "we are not waiting" hashtag. What does it cost? How do I do it? Disclaimer. How much power it would take to water cool a cap? What do you, like a capacitor? Meta, register, log in. Is that what I need to be doing here? I may already have a login on this thing. Oh, like a hat. Oh, that might actually already exist. Yeah, for racists. I mean, people who race cars and stuff. They have like cool suits, and that might include like helmet cooling. Oh my god, I hate the new internet and all the pop-ups. Oh, there's a different... Once again, there's another setup guide somewhere else that's a little bit more functional. Night Scout users. Yeah, this one seemed a little bit pared down, and I don't know, maybe I can find it through some of the other things, but it's just like a WordPress site. Oops. Oh, Night Scout. Many ways to get started. Now, why do I need Night Scout? Let me rewind a little bit here. We're setting up everything that we need to use in order to have the APS, the auto pancreas system, and I'm going to have to inform my endocrinologist that I need to go to the Omnipod 5 Dash system starting when my prescription is ready to be filled again, when insurance will cover it again. So that's in the 8th of the next month. So 8/8, eat, yum yum. I'm gonna have to get my supplies to be drawn out until that date, and then I will have exactly enough. And I got to make sure to specify that I need to have them with the consideration that I will be needing to change pods every 2 days, and then I will be able to be familiar with all this stuff and start using it almost immediately, hopefully. And then there will be a couple little things that I need to like do in order to unlock. You have to earn EXP. You gamify the whole thing. But what that does is that makes sure that you're not overwhelmed by the significant amount of difference in this system versus what you were doing before. It's training people for stuff like this is tough because there's a lot of very sort of specific knowledge about how this stuff works. So what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to set up the basis of the system. We're trying to set up the system by which I will be able to have everything ready to go when I get the new pump. It just sort of annoys me greatly that that I was unable to get the right system and have 1 month extra supplies, because I was all set up to do that, but I got the wrong pump. But at least we'll be looking at the silver lining on this thing and be able to actually I may be able to provide people who will be able to provide the software with the new system that they can play with. So, double XP weekends. People died. You killed so many people. What? No. Go away. No. All right. Double XP. Free to play weekend. All right, so following general CGM hygiene, etc. General hints for looping with G6. You're using the native data with calibration code and Xdrip or spike. Safest thing to do, not allow preemptive restarts of the sensor. Well, that setting is not even available. Yeah, I'm not, no, it's stock stuff, no. If you use preemptive restarts, make sure you insert time of day where you can observe the change. Well, we're not even doing that. If you're restarting sensors, either do it without the factory calibrations for safest results on days 11 and 12. Is this just something that, like, lets you stretch out the supplies? That's interesting. Pre-soaking of the G6 with factory calibrations is likely to give variation in results. If you pre-soak, get the best results, you probably need to calibrate the sensor. Huh. If you aren't being observant about the changes that may be taking place, it may be better to revert to non-factory calibrated mode and use a system like G5. Weird. Well, G6, I don't really think I'm going to be pre-soaking. Yeah, pre-soak, I guess, means you insert the whole set and you tell your thing that calibration starts, and then it does its own calibration apart from this stuff. But I think what we've started right now is that it's pre-soaked. So whatever kind of perverted thing that is. Yeah, that's it. The G6 for the most part, at least for my usage, has been just very kind of like, you just use it. It just works, right? It just works. Is that Todd Howard? Did you just pop in here and say that? G6 transmitter can simultaneously, because yeah, we already got that. Using Xdrip Plus's receiver, uninstalled the desktop. We're not worried about all that stuff. We already did all this stuff. Adjust the settings in Xdrip Plus according to Xdrip Plus settings. Seems a little redundant. Yeah, we looked through this, and I think we've got it all set up. It's just that we don't have... Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Basic settings for all CGM and FGM. Make sure that the base URL correctly includes an S at the end. All right, so this is all... What is this for setting up? We're looking at the settings for the Android APS to be compatible with this. So, pre-soaking worked really well for G4 and G5. G-Fix, they added math to deal with insertion trauma affecting BG readings. Oh, cool. So that's like if you hit like a blood vessel or something like that. If you hit a bleeder. Hamburger menu. Oh yeah, it's a stack menu. So what are we doing right now? If your phone runs Android 10, it does not. Should have set the basic URL correctly. So we're trying to set this up for the APS. So while this thing is still collecting data. Yeah, all right. Okay, so, you know, this stuff working right now. I feel hypoglycemic because of that spike. Going back down to 150s is like, got me reeling. Okay, so what are we doing? I'm looking at hamburger menu. So hamburger, and then settings. We've kind of gone a little bit off script, haven't we? We're still kind of following the setup guide here. I would like to have it be more of like a bop, 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 like step, step, step kind of thing. Yeah, we got Xdrip working, which is apparently a feat in and of itself. I feel like I didn't do anything. I just kind of like punched a code in there and bada bing, like it just works. I mean, I guess that's the advantage of having the G6 and having sort of a phone that's better at Bluetooth communications than the last one I had, because for some reason my other Xdrip just wouldn't work. And I tried jiggling the cable by setting a bunch of different settings. There's like a couple little like weird deep Xdrip settings that I sort of kind of sprinkled the magic dust on, and nothing got it to really work. So some phones just do it. Others you got to either struggle, and others just don't. So we're lucky in the sense that whatever... Everybody was mad at this Android when it came out, but it works fine. All right, so G5D shit, Dexcom, blah, 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 debug, auto-configure using a barcode. That'd be kind of nice if they just had the barcode up here. Yeah, some phones just... Yeah, I had an HTC One, and it hated Xdrip. It hated it. Hate, hate, hate. Base URL, where are we? We're like, settings, hamburger, settings, cloud update. Cloud update. I remember when I first got Xdrip to work with a smartwatch. It was pretty cool to be able to just like, oh, there's my glucose level. It like totally took over the home screen, and I wanted to look into making doing like a what's that program called? Is that program called that lets you do like data-driven desktop stuff? Oh, my name sucks, or my memory sucks. I was gonna say my memory for names, but sorry. Been streaming for 4 hours, so the brain starts to gelatinize. All right, cloud upload, Night Scout, cloud upload. I haven't signed up for anything in regards to Night Scout yet, so I don't know if I need to do that first. Maybe it's assuming that you already have a... Speak readings, inter-app settings for... Do I need inter-app? Cloud upload. Oh, cloud upload. There we go. Night Scout sync, REST API. Base URL. Oh, it's not even on. I mean, turn on the settings, use mobile data. I have an unlimited plan, and it's a grandfathered unlimited plan. I think what I need to do is probably reevaluate my phone plan, because I'm spending way too much on my phone. It is unlimited, though, so I can watch Twitch while driving. So many deaths, so many dead. So I need to I need to sign up for Night Scout, and then I need to put in the base URL. So that's okay. So we're back on script here. What page were we on? Shit, we were on this page. I'm gonna try to get rid of some of the clutter here. There's the one that I highlighted, even though it's the same page. Let's declutter a little bit so that we can keep track of where we actually are. I feel like I need to like print this out step for step and like be crossing things out as I go. I'm that dumb. All right, so we need to actually get Night Scout, huh? Blah, blah, nightly build, etc. Here's the better website for Night Scout. Welcome to Night Scout. Many ways to get started. DIY, even if you don't feel confident that you have the necessary skills, give it a try. Well, if it's just monitoring numbers, yeah, you'll find people that are willing to help. Nah, you'll never find people that are, there's like 12 of them in chat right now. If you find it too complex, etc., might be interested in Night Scout as a service. That's interesting. Components, cost, and complexity. Overview of possibility, see vendors, security in case, highly important, blah, 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 email address, an account. Okay, so I'm going to have to do a full, do not share the API secret or other passwords to your account to others. This gets tricky with streaming, so I'm going to have to do some stuff off screen. I'm going to have to sort of revert you guys to a face cam in order to do this stuff. So you can either print this PDF, Word version, Excel sheet. Now, I don't know if I've already got an account on this. I might have an ancient account. I might have an ancient account. Well, I have a GitHub account. Do I need this? Heroku, GitHub, and Atlas? Oh my god. Yeah, if I docs, I can change it. Yikes. I gotta make a lot of accounts, huh? They made enough changes with the Atlas DB ports that it's better to make a new one. Okay. Yeah, because my account dates too far back, probably. Too easy. No! Yeah, I don't even know what these things are. What is Heroku? See, the thing is, like, we need the ability to have glucose levels go up in a way that allows my doctor to access them. Salesforce? Don't mind if I do. Leverage! All right. Well, let's follow what they say. Heroku's cloud computing. So we could set up a cloud computer to do stuff for us? Do not change device computer browser during setup process. 1, create, wait. Oh, I see. Okay, so set up a GitHub account. I already have a GitHub account. You do not need several GitHub accounts for several Night Scout sites. You can connect one GitHub account to multiple. I guess we'll do just my normal thing. You can free host Night Scout or self-host. Yeah, because this is like fairly, like, it's just me, you know? I'm not coordinating with anybody. I don't know. What do you guys think I should do here? Click this link. We already have a GitHub account. I have it on 2FA, all that stuff. Do I need the launch code? I don't think so. Do I? Wow, this is like walking through everything, huh? Do as it says. Yeah. I don't know what stuff I'm going to need out of the GitHub account, but GTTV is like a third-party thing? What do you mean? Very easy to set up. Heroku? Okay. Heroku! Bonk. Look at me! I'm Herokuing. You guys don't get to see any of this. I could put in a fake name, but, you know. Okay, so you're... I'm doing what to the repo? No. Forking the repo and then linking it to Heroku. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go to Facecam for this. You guys can just look at my lovely face while I sign up for more services. I'm extremely reluctant to sign up for stuff. I hate it, right? But I got to do it for this. This is fairly important. Now, if I use a fake name, I'm never going to be able to sign back into the account again. I'll forget. I will not remember. What's my first name? Oh. Guys, what's my password? Hunter2, right? Traditionally. Company name. Oh, you have to have a role in your company. Agency partner developer, hobbyist, professional developer, student, technology business manager, or other. Other. Country or region. You don't need to know that. You don't get to know that I'm in Pennsylvania. Nobody's allowed to know that I'm actually in America. Where's America? United States. United Arab Emirates. Uruguay. Oh, United States is at the top of the list. And you're one of those, aren't you? Primary development language. Ruby on Rails. Yeah, Ruby. We primarily around here, we do Ruby, right? We're Ruby on Rails. Yeah. That's what we do. You guys can vouch for me. Please check your email. Damn it. I don't want to log into my email here. Do that on the other computer. I got to do it here though. Oh, look, it's already logged in. Thanks, Google. All right, so let's click on username is there. What the fuck? Wait a minute. I didn't even type in that username and it just... I must have already had an account. Well, this so that sign up page was so old that it had Ruby listed in one of the things. Apparently, I already have an account, which makes sense. Yeah, Night Scout info, WordPress login. That's funny. Oh my God. New password, and it's like a bunch of random characters. Oh my God. All right. It's not very secure, but you guys probably read it off of my glasses because it's so large. It's a WordPress site, huh? Password. It's making me do math in order to sign in. This is to provide you're not a robot. 3 plus blank is equal to 6. 3 plus blank is equal to 6. So we have to solve. We're solving for blank. Blank. In this case, it would probably be. Okay, I think I got it. I think I understand what the math problem is now. Yeah, carry the 1. I'll just do a remember me on that. It's asking for my color scheme. Please, this is not relevant. If it thinks that I'm a robot would get that question right. I should have answered. Oh, it probably thinks so. Chat, it probably knows that I'm a robot now because a robot would definitely get that math problem right, you know? So we should not have gotten that. I'm so bad at these captchas, you know? Oh, website. Twitch.tv/ profile picture, biographical info. No. Password, we're good. We got our default color scheme. There's a profile for WordPress. So what do I need out of WordPress? So I need to go back to these web pages and make sure that I can actually oh yeah, confirm your account on Heroku. I'm gonna click on that. Create a new password. Okay. I gotta remember all these passwords when I'm done. So what we're setting up is something where I can upload the glucose levels to a service and have them available. So my doctor can just, you know, they can figure it out on their own. They can get their own data from this. Effective October 1st, 2020, you agree to the use of Salesforce Master Subscription. Oh my God. Are you domiciled in Italy? Well, that's a hard no. Yeah, that's what Heroku. Marketplace providers, if you okay, accept. Create new app, create a team. All right, what do I do next? Let me make sure that I can scrub. I just don't want to dox myself, you know? F-Droid Forum? Welcome to F-Droid Forum. What the hell is F-Droid Forum? Click to activate the new account. What the hell is the F-Droid? Why am I part of this now? What happened here? This is just like development stuff that they've somehow infected me with. Square Enix account. Cambridge Dictionary account. RepRap forum. Craft an ID. This set off a string of about 500 different account. Oh my God, look at all these emails. I've got BattleNet, Epic Games, Botcher AG, offer, that's just spam. Clean Code Friday, Tektronix. Really? You guys are part of this too? Noden. I just got spammed by like 1,000 emails. MyFitnessPal. Oh my God, this is a lot. Twitch password reset? What the hell is this? Oh my God, I just got a billion emails. I just got like 30 emails. Yeah, it's, I got a lot of emails suddenly. I got a lot of emails suddenly. What the hell is all this stuff? Twitch password, GitHub, everything. What's going on here? Night Scout failure. REST API upload to Night Scout has failed. I don't think I enabled the button, but I haven't given it all the information. KICAD. Okay, so somebody got the email and they're doing something with it, I think, is what happened. Which I can just ignore all this stuff because it's all these activation things. Whatever the fuck F-Droid was, I'm not going to be clicking to activate shit. Nope. None of you are relevant. Yeah, somebody thought it would be funny to try to get all my passwords. That's fun. Your email appears on screen for 1/1000th of a second, and this happens. Yeah, so it's just like 30 emails. I can get rid of all these. I'm gonna do it now. FitnessPal. This one's a no. No. I don't even have that. Creator of something. Yeah, there's all kinds of bullshit that just happened. No, I don't actually want to reset my password. This is somebody vectoring a fucking stupid attack. What the hell is that one? Oh, they refunded my Steam Deck. Sad. I didn't have the money. I don't have the money to spend on a Steam Deck right now. I told you guys I'd try to buy it and disassemble it on stream, but yeah, somebody tried to be a fucking top keck galaxy brain, and for my email having appeared on screen for 1/4 of a second, they went in and it's now trying to. They've done everything that they want. It's fucking hilarious, but I didn't know that was going on. So you guys get to sit here while I delete all this stuff. Someone in Germany did this because that's the native language from what I'm seeing from a lot of these emails. Yeah, it's kind of a sad thing to do, right? I've had my email address jump on screen a couple times. Everything is 2FA'd. Believe me, as somebody who's, you know, my name is out there. I'm attached to Hackaday articles and stuff. Login attempts IP in the email? Probably. I could probably get that IP out of there. I was going to close this and not worry about it, but that one is all in German. Your cheat sheet is ready. What? Okay, that was just a brief... Man, that was like a 1/4 second. I don't understand why somebody would even do that, because it's kind of dumb. There have been times that I have unintentionally revealed my email because it pops up on screen, right? all of those sign-in things for like Google services, your email pop up on screen, right? And I've got an email below this thing for actual business contacts. But this is like my personal email. It's shown up on screen many times. Nobody's ever done anything. So some degenerate weirdo was watching my stream and they saw a billionth of a second my email pop up and they decided to sign me up for a bunch of stuff. Like a bunch of password resets and stuff. But none of it's going to succeed. So why would you do that? Anyway, it's really dumb. All right, so I'm looking at my dashboard right now in WordPress. Let's see. Got a bunch of like Hangouts in person for WordPress. Okay, whatever. What do we need to do next with that? So I've got the Heroku account all set up. And that's ready to go. Yeah, the nuke the email sites. I don't. It seemed like a bunch of login attempts. So, I don't know. I don't know what password they could possibly think I was typing in. People do that for the sake of being annoying. Listen, I've been dealing with email for a long time. I'm happy to delete and, you know, unsign up for everything. Not a streamer for me. It's because my email is a bunch of those leaked website databases. Ugh. I've managed to skirt around a lot of that stuff. The big Twitch leak didn't affect me because I'm not popular. I don't have enough viewers to be in the top 10,000 streamers. I am subbed. My streamer is a sub 10,000 streamer. I suck. I'm terrible. But anyway, yeah. Please check your email, verify, and then we need to follow this link to activate the account. I've done that. Set up the password. I've done that. Welcome to Heroku. Read and accept Salesforce terms of... I'm wondering if it was a Salesforce thing that got all these emails on me. I fucking hate Salesforce. Don't they email you from, like, everywhere? The Heroku account setup page? But I didn't show that, I don't think. Did I? Click on billing, add a credit card. Nope. Do I have to enter a credit card? Oh yeah, that's my next step. Yeah, that's what I'm back on the classic DIY installation. Do I need to pay for the service? In which case I'm not doing it. I'll just set it up. Oh, really? Everybody with access to the Unreal Engine repo got over 200 emails due to an @everyone mentioned in a pull request. The credit card is just for verification. Well, I'm not, you know, hard no on pulling out my credit card during a stream. I'm not going to be doing that. That's especially after the fact that I now know that I have confirmation that people who will scrape one frame out of the stream in order to email me 500 different times exist. So now that we've confirmed that they exist, I'm not doing it. So yeah, this part's gonna have to get a this is gonna have to get a, we're gonna put the Bosch on this. I can use a privacy.com. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna put a pin in this one then, because those would be the next steps. Basically, I'm setting up Heroku, and then Heroku and GitHub, and then we got to do a MongoDB on top of that. Atlas is after MongoDB. Welcome to Atlas. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of like sign up stuff. I guess that's just what you need in order to get that information out to the public, right? I don't know. Yeah, could I just do Atlas? This is a lot of like private information that I need to go through on this, unfortunately. Privacy.com wants your driver's license to confirm the account and then link. Oh my God. This is like the opposite of what they say it is. Oh my God. Heroku, Atlas, and GitHub. Make sure you're logged into each one before you continue. Then use the link and you fork it. You fork the shit out of that thing, and then you link all the accounts. All right. So I am going to have to set this up on my own. We got Xdrip Plus working. I didn't expect us to get much progress. We're at my normal ending time, and I wanted to go overtime today. I really wanted to go overtime today because we got more viewers. I mean, we've got like new people in here, and we have a lot of work to do. But it turns out that I'm going to stick with the T-Slim, and I'm going to be doubling up on the infusion sets in order to make it last into. I'm already at that tech. I'm not a cyborg yet. Not autonomous. I still am my pancreas. So this Xdrip is a big deal. Being able to customize it all rules. I'll be interested when I finally drop this pump, this screamer of a Banshee pump, and I'm able to set up all of my own alerts. So I can make an eagle screeching into my hypoglycemic alert. I can use the stock eagle screech, or I can use the Kurlan Neskar, the pottery breaking sound effect, to mean that my glucose level is high. But by the way, I just got in. Who is this? Yeah, I got a haircut. A lot of people are not used to the haircut yet, and I'm not either. It's been about a week. The sides of my head are very cold. But well, Kurlan Neskar and possibly one of the more popular YouTube channels out there, so Red Letter Media, who I've actually worked with in the past, back when prereq was a thing. I built a controller for them, and they tried to manufacture it. But yeah, so I do know them. I haven't talked to them in ages, but anyway, I don't know all of them. It's just Jack and Rich. But anyway, hurdle number 2 is privacy. So in order to get Xdrip working and be able to have my, so internet superstar Rich Evans, I've had like 2 Skype calls with him, and then one time he wanted to play Helldivers with me 5 years ago. So no, I have no idea who these fuckers are. I don't know them at all. I could drop Jack an email right now and he wouldn't be annoyed. That's it. That's all. That's it. There's nothing else. And that's how it's going to stay, because I have no reason to be working with them at all. Anyway, so here's the deal. We ran into 2 problems. One problem is that my pump is a completely different topology of interaction than what I expected. So I have 1 month of these things, and I'll try to get connected with the right people so that the people developing the open loop or the looper system can have access to this technology, because I've got a bunch of the supplies that I can't do anything with until they actually make the software that'll be able to control it. The difference in topology is that this thing and the glucose monitor can talk to one another now. And that's a total shakeup in how this thing was working, because before, the phone was completely responsible for all the algorithmic things that are happening. Now, I got Night Scout, aka, well, actually just Xdrip, working. I got Xdrip working. Xdrip can be a fairly moody piece of software, but what it's designed to do... Oh, hold on. Allow it to run in the background. What Xdrip is able to do is get all of my glucose levels and display them in a functional way much better than my pump can. Now, there are software suites that you can get for the phones that'll work too, but this works on the latest version of Android, and it allows you to have a smartwatch with a level on it. It's basically just connecting, in addition to the pump, it also connects to the glucose monitor. Now, what was I going to say next? That's the important thing. That's what I don't remember. My brain turns into mush towards the end of a stream. We wanted to go later. We wanted to set up more, but in order to share the glucose levels with my doctor, I need to set up something called Night Scout. Night Scout is a method by which your doctor or your parents, if you really want that that level of transparency, or maybe your fans can even log in to see what your glucose levels are doing. I would love to be able to get the levels from Xdrip as a module in Node RS, because then I could have my Raspberry Pi control lighting depending on my glucose level. Yeah, so we could have a Twitch bot do it. We could have lighting controls. I could have it fart whenever I go low. That's the kind of cool stuff that would be neat to do. One thing is, if I could get addressable LEDs into those rails that I bought, the expensive artistic-y rails, I could have like basically a chandelier here that could do some like dynamic responses. But if we get it in there, if we get it into the Raspberry Pi, if we get it into Node RS, we can do whatever we want with it. It'll be pretty cool. Yeah, Night Scout is a mighty API. Yeah, so we can do some cool stuff with interactivity on that in the future. That could be a nice little thing to do, because it's a little bit more artistic than just sitting here and typing stuff into a computer.
Now, in order to get those levels onto the internet, I need to sign up for a couple different services, and I think this was my stumbling point the last time we did this. In addition to that, for some fucking reason, it might have been Bald Engineer. No, it might have just been anybody on Twitch. We have, unlike before, we have people that are very interested in having my regular email address that popped up onto the screen for a quarter of a second, right? There's like one frame in this stream. I've had other egregious, like, my email was just plastered up there on screen and nobody did anything. That was nice. But yeah, somebody got it and they ran with it because I guess they're, I don't know, they kissed their dad on the lips or something. I don't know. Maybe they didn't get hugged enough as a little baby. Anyway, that should taper off, and I got to be more careful about my insulin, my email address now, which means I'm not going through any of the other setup now because they're asking to make a verification charge on my credit card just to make sure that I'm a real person for this thing, and so I'll have to, yeah. The Heroku Atlas side of Night Scout is definitely a sit down and think. Oh man. Well, okay. So that's why we're kind of tapering down right now, is that I would like to set up the rest of this stuff. We got lucky with Xdrip that it just works. The database stuff I got to set up now with Night Scout. Android Studio and stuff like that, I guess, is in the future, right? Because I'll want to have all this stuff kind of ready to go for when I, like, we've got 15 days, you know? Tomorrow, not doing a stream. Typically, we'd be playing a game on Saturday. I'm not doing a gaming stream tomorrow. Tomorrow, I get to clean out a storage space, and then Sunday, I'm busy. So if you guys, you know, have stuff to say, or if you don't, join the Discord. We've got a pretty active Discord. Well, it's a decent. Well, it's kind of active. Well, it kind of goes to sleep. It's an occasionally active Discord where people are basically just posting pictures of cats. So I'm there. That's where I hang out. Yeah, if you want the link, it's there. I was going to do the end card soon, which will also contain a link to my Twitter. Twitter, Discord, and Twitch are my entire online presence at the moment. I occasionally tweet stuff, but not that often. Sometimes it'll be a picture of a project update. Typically, though, I am in my own Discord, I don't know, faffing about, right? So you guys can catch me there in the interim. We will be back with projects on Tuesday. And it might not be diabetes stuff again. I might do all this stuff in the background and just tell you about it. Might set up a new Night Scout thanks to this. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out and like basically supporting me in doing this and keeping my concentration on it, because this is not typical content around here. We're setting up new technology. Unfortunately, can't they just have you solve another tough math problem? I know, right? Yeah, do like a multiplication problem. Maybe find an eigenvalue. No, but I don't know. They just need weird verification, and I got to do that offline, especially after my immediate email doxing. So I'm gonna do that. You guys have fun. I'll see some of you on Discord. I like showing this side of things, you know, when I have to deal with all the bullshit of being diabetic. But I need to draw a line in the privacy sand. So we'll be back with this, and I'll be able to give you guys update. Android AAPS will happen, but it will happen in a month. So stay tuned. We'll be back to normal project. We might do another basics stream just so I can get my shit together, because I'm kind of busy in the background right now. But we will get to burn the subs. Burn the subs. We need to assess where we are. We need to do the methyl ethyl ketone melting of PETG to seal the laser shroud, so that we can pump water through it and it can get all rusty and weird. It'll be fun. But anyway, stay tuned for that. I'll be back on Tuesday. Until then, catch me on Discord. Here's the end card. Wow, look at all those links. Beautiful. All right, see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Oh, that wasn't the end. That wasn't the right button. I didn't hit the right. What's going? Wait, what is? Okay, hold on. Something weird. What is? Okay. And then I need